This presentation is made possible by these amazing individuals and organizations. Whether it was through Patreon, Super Chats, Super Stickers, or by watching, liking, and commenting, I really appreciate each and every one of you. Hi, guys. Well, yes, do as that says, smash the like button if you can. But first of all, welcome to the show. I am Retro Nerd Girl, broadcasting live from the International Science Fiction Space Station, and I am so glad to be here with you today. Today, the topic is going to be let's try to fix the Terminator franchise just for fun. Yeah, it's been really a rough go at being a Terminator fan. And the franchise has been on its, ups and downs. And I do love the first movie, and definitely the second one, and the other ones are I think they're decent movies, but they did change the story quite a lot, and we really, I feel like the potential of the Terminator is really, we really didn't get our servings full of the Terminator like we wanted to. So I think we can come up with a story. Now, I do have some specific thoughts of my own of what I'd like to add to the story, but I also wanted to get your input in it so that way we can have it nice and tight and definitely a more interesting storyline than just, what I'm thinking of. I'd like to include you in this as well because this is just for fun. I'm not presenting this to anyone as sort of like, hire me as your screenwriter or something like that. No, 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 no. This is just for fun for us. And I do think that it is it could be something really interesting because it doesn't look like they're doing anything with the franchise now. There's like talks of a Terminator 7, but after the last 2 movies, I think we've pretty much lost a lot of hope, for us, like, real staunch fans. Even casual fans are just sort of behooved at the choices that were made. So, let's see if we could come up with something, a little bit more interesting, and we're gonna really analyze the story and find out what we liked about the story and what we're tired of seeing over and over again. Alright, so before all of that, I do want to get into the chat and see what you guys are talking about in here because I see it's starting to pop. Starting to pop. First one up is Keith E. Says, I was just helping Hooper set up the Skynet booth in the lobby. Ooh, they're doing recruiting. They serve they serve a job with the future. That's the best I can come up with. I like it. I like that. We're gonna put a note on that little idea there. And Keithy says hello. Keithy also says hello. And is I guess you're saying hello to yourself and other people that were in the chat at that time. Since then, it has changed. And Lance Chafin says, "Hi, my RNG, my beauty queen. Wow, that is so sweet. Wow, Lance, that's really nice of you to say that. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing well. And always great to see you in the chat. Keith E says, who is watching her first chat? Where is who was watching? Guess where are the people who was watching her first chat and you were the first person to talk to her and she mentioned that it was memorable and historic. Um, Oh, snap. Well, we'll have to get back to that. Thank you, Keith E, for reminding me. I need to remember my own history and lore. And Darth Plato says, "Hey, gang, how are you doing, Darth Plato? How is it going today?" Definitely want to hear everybody's views on this. Let's see. Um, and Charles Austin is here. Great to see you, Charles Austin. Says, "Let's go." And yes, we are certainly going. Let's see. Uh, and Lance says he has to dip out at 4. Okay, well, that's a little ways well, I'm not sure what time 4 o'clock is for you. But yes, we'll hang out until then. And Brogu is here. It says, hello, everyone. Thank you, Brogu, for being here. You guys are so great. And oh, look, Unicorn Rampant Studio is here and says that he's here. Present, mark him present, somebody, quick. Where's Sean Ennis when you need him? And let's see, Tojo is also here. Says Retro Nerd Girl. Hope you're doing well. And Unicorn says, good evening, RNG and chatters. And Lance says, yes, smash that like button. And Barry On is here. Oh my God, Barry On. I have to apologize to you very, very much. I missed your wonderful and generous $10 super chat on Wednesday. I think at that very time when you gave me that super chat, the screen just like jumped and I didn't see it. And but I do rewatch these just for to write down notes, things I can change and things like that to make the show better. And I saw your super chat, so thank you so much. And just as a late thank you, I have a special thank you for you. See if I can find it. Here, this is one's just so charming. Oh my god, that one makes me laugh so hard, but also dance as well. So thank you so much, Barry. On you're amazing and very generous. I appreciate all the love that you give to the channel, and uh, it's just wonderful. Thank you. And so just says I have to rewatch the first movie again soon. It will. It's somehow still underrated in my opinion. Oh yes, the first movie is just incredible. Now I'll just as since if you haven't seen it in a while, the special effects are going to be a little jarring. It's not gonna, you might be like, oh, they're a little bit, old fashioned. Thank God, we've made some advances in that field, but I feel like it's still good. The story is where you can really lock on to that storyline if you're not so um, much looking for a pristine um, visual effects. They did good. They did good for their time. I mean, 1984, you can't mess with it. That was pretty good. And Varian says, my suggestion, a Terminator 800 sent back in time to Dark Fate for, to stop Dark Fate from being made. Okay, so that's one of the things that Dark Fate is the one that really destroyed everything, didn't it? It really shifted everything and made it really way more complicated than it needed to. Um, I think Genesis had its problems, but at least you still had the formulation of there is a John Connor to save mankind. And by taking that away, and giving us some other person to do it is really not. I don't care who it was. It just wasn't the right thing to do. And so it still feels awkward. It's like, when you're stepping down and you think there's a step there, but it's not, and then you end up like falling because you don't have the right balance. It's just, if that's what it feels like, it's a misstep. It's a misstep. And I really wish they hadn't done it like that, and the whole thing of Sarah Connor being there after she in several other iterations she dies in like 1995 from leukemia. So it's just like, what is she doing here? Even though it was great to see, Sarah Connor back in the story again, it just was, you know, it's just too much. Anyway, we can get into that and we can talk about that in more greater detail. But tell me if I'm wrong about that. Like, is that do you guys remember if there was an excuse for the reason why she's back? It's been so long since I watched the last two, and I am gonna do a final watch of those last two movies just to make sure I get it. And let's see. Lance says the third one had a crazy car chase scene. Oh, really? Yeah. Did it? Yeah, it did, didn't it? And then there was like this whole thing with Arnold like smashing into buildings. That was really That was pretty crazy. I thought I liked that actually. Um, and, he says, "Thanks, unicorn." Now Cooper is running around the house yelling, "Show me the money." What did I miss? Did I miss something? Oh man, and Woodrow is here. Hello, Woodrow. Says, what if young Sarah Connor has to face the rubber Terminator they talked about in the first movie? Okay, so I had part of the storyline that I wanted to talk about was the T-600. I believe those are the rubber-faced ones, and they we got to see them a little bit in Terminator, Terminator Salvation. And I really want like a whole I really wanna get into detail with those guys because they were scary in their own way, and yes, the humans knew exactly how to, detect where they were, and I wanted to get more of that, like how, the computers had, developed this whole system, the like, they've tried other types uh, of Terminators, but they decided that they were gonna use soldiers that were in the shape of humanoids. And so why that and not, some creepy spider? What was their determination to get like better and better and better? And so I want a storyline where we do get to know about that, and also a better motivation for the uh, Skynet, or Legion, whichever one. We can always delete a program, can't we? So, I guess one's getting deleted in my story. Yeah. Unicorn Rabbit Studio says, "I just feel like the best answer is Skynet winning the fight, and we just, get to see it happen." Ooh, interesting. I was also thinking about possibly a world where um, Skynet develops its own society of robots that are finding their own individuality, and the chaos that will create and what they decide as their own robots start to they turn on each other because they're all individual. And who I did read this one before, and uh yeah, I love that idea, Rodro. I mean, it is definitely part of somewhat of a vision that I was having with that, and you know you're 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 banging on the bell, just like ding 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 ding. And some more greetings and salutations in the chat. And Unicorn Rampant Studio says, if Terminators can travel back in time, I'm pretty sure that they were not smart enough to defeat them. Ooh, ooh. Um, and here's the thing. I think time travel needs to go. I know it's the main storyline, but I really feel like it's being overused and abused. Tell me if I'm wrong here. Please let me know if I'm wrong. And Barry on says, "Thanks, RNG." Yes, oh no, my pleasure. I'm just so happy that you were here today and that I was able to thank you because I felt so bad. I was like, oh no. And and I'm just glad that you were here. Thank you so much. And Grant saying, "Yay, Barry gets his special thanks." And it says, Barry on puppies. Oh, and Heat Geek versus here says, he says, "Oh my God, we're fixing Terminator over here on this channel now." Yeah, yeah. I mean, this was something that just naturally occurred in conversation, and it was like, yeah. It happened. It happened 'cause, a few weeks ago, Tim Talks came on the channel, he was in the chat, and he said, "What if, The Matrix and and Terminator can be, added together?" And then I went into this whole rant in saying, like, Terminator is, like, my favorite movie of all time, so it's not gonna be as great as your analyzation of stories. So, oh, and by the way, since I've got Heath's um, um, message up here, you guys should check out his channel because he is doing breakdowns of storylines, and the one he did this morning was dynamite on Star Wars. I mean, really, the first original Star Wars, 1977. Really great breakdown and story analysis, and just an incredible just conversation that was just I was in heaven. At some point, I just was, like, sitting back, watching and listening. And Unicorn Member says, pu "The puppy kissing one." Yes, it's such a sweet one, isn't it? And, Unicorn Rhapsody says, "I like Dark Fate as a non-Terminator movie or a Dead Timeline offshoot." It could be, yeah, because if it was an offshoot, it would just be, um, it would make sense as like, "Oh, yeah, that was that other timeline, but this is the main one." Which is I don't it's, it's kind of a weird one. It's kind of a weird one. Carrie said, "Dark Fate should have just been about T-800 being an ex-Terminator running a drapery business in Laredo, Texas." That is so crazy. Yes. And Unicorn Rampant Studio says, "But with guns and cybernetics." Yes. Oh gosh, Gary, just and Rafael Lopez is here. Hello. And Unicorn Rampant Studio says, "Remove the time travel." Excellent. Yeah, it's just been abused, and they haven't done anything interesting and new with it except for really mess things up. And so I feel like it's better for us to move forward to the future and just keep going and just keep going further into the future because we are, right? We're moving. I mean, for a long time, it's just 1985, 1985, 1985. Why not go for, a different um, timeline? It's just great. I just think it's wonderful. If we can just get rid of the problem, which seems to be time travel, because they don't know how to handle it, it seems. Um, and Barry on says, "Removing time travel." I'm intrigued. Oh, good. I'm so glad that that's interesting you because it's just been one of those things that that really is driving me insane. And Gary says Dark Fate should have just been about the T-800 being an ex-Terminator and running a drapery business. And I'm sorry if I read that one before. It might be a double. Yeah, it's a double. Sorry about that. And Bonzo Kilborn is here. Says no more time travel going forward. Just keep it post-apocalyptic world of Skynet. Yeah, this is what I'm saying. Just keep going forward. Don't go back in time and try to mess everything up. Just because I think every single time, uh, Skynet takes the gamble, which is very, is also very strange of Skynet to keep wanting to take these gambles. They keep wanting to take these gambles and end up really destroying them itself in several timelines. So stop doing it. Stop taking the one element that can destroy you out of the equation. And Dan Candy says Terminator should never have been a film series. One and two told the story, and it should have ended there. Alien should have done the same thing with aliens. This is true. This is true. This is true. Um, yeah, it is. I think so too. But they're gonna make another one, so we might as well um, maybe put some ideas out there that might lead to the right the right order of things, if you will. But also for fun, it's just something um, that that we want to do. So, Unicorn Rampant Studio says pole fighting on moving vehicles. Sort of like the chivalrous days of, Lancelot? I don't know, maybe that might work. And Sean Holmes says, "I like the bionic woman approach, Dark Fate stole from, Terminator Salvation." Oh, of having sort of a human with cybernetic advancements. I think I like that too. Uh, you know, I'm not yeah, I'm kind of on the fence. If they can develop a story that's really good around it, yes. But I think when we have just characters there and and we have like the main characters that we want to follow, but then there's another character. There was too many characters. If we can just figure out who's going to be that bionic woman or bionic man that is going to do that's gonna be a central character, then I think you've got something there. Not just the side character or the you know or the muscle. And Unicorn Rampant Studios has agreed. Women machines are natural combo. Really? That's wild. Unicorn Rampant Studio. The calculated killing nature of the human female combined compassionate, of of the newest AI. Well, that's got me in stitches, okay? Wait. Oh my goodness. And Keith E says, "That's funny. So funny, Unicorn. That's great." Yeah. Um, and Unicorn Rampant Studio says, "I meant Dark Fate as a pole fight on vehicles." Oh, interesting. That sounds cool. I'm down. I'm down. Uh, yes, okay, so we got to the bottom of it. Yes, so it's really, um, yeah, I'm really excited about this. This is really exciting. So, guys, I've been working on this for a long time. Guess what I have? A slideshow. So here's my little slideshow. Oh no, I got the words cut off at the top. So let's fix the Terminator franchise is the name of it. If I'm probably gonna get it. Um, first of all, I guess the first question would be, is this really worth fixing at all? Should we be fixing this franchise? Do we still see I mean, I know I see possibilities or things that I wish had been in other versions of the Terminator sequels, but that I didn't see. So it's kind of worth it to me. But do you guys actually think or feel like it's worth it? Like if it looked good enough, would you go to the movie theater to see the next Terminator, and if it did truly look like people knew what they were doing. They had a good premise, for you. What do you guys think? Uh, Keith E is saying, "That's funny, so funny, unicorn. That's great. Yeah, isn't it great? It's like really interesting humor. I'm sure I'm laughing because it's like it's just brilliant, so, love it. Unicorn Rampant Studio says, "I meant Dark Fate." Yes, okay, I'm sorry, I read that already. And Keith E says, "I think I've known a few of these women, mostly in New Jersey." Oh yeah, yeah. And, yeah, so, let's see. And, Unicorn Rampant Studio says maybe that he would go to this theater and see, um this kind of a new Terminator movie if it looked good and it looked like it was promising. And Barry On says it's an uphill battle. The past few films have been so-so. Ooh. And Unicorn Rampant Studio says yes, Keith. That would. Oh, sorry. Keith E says Terminator 2.5 would work. So, like, erasing everything that has happened throughout the entire timeline and just going back to the events that happened right after Terminator, uh, 2, and just continuing on as if it was on sort of like the original timeline, with Sarah's changes that she made, during the way, like, um and Unicorn agrees with that, says Keith, "Yes, that would be good." And Brogu says, "If all of the Terminator movies were well done like the first one, I would go see them." Well, we're just creating a brand new scenario here where, you saw the first teaser trailer and it knocked your socks off. Would you be interested, in something like that? Um and Sean Holmes says, maybe if the franchise could move away from Arnold's shadow. Yes, yes, yes. And that's something I feel like it's really important. And Unicorn Rampant, I think if by fix we mean drop everything after T2. Everyone says that, like after T2. Um, Botanical Brother says, greetings, Queen RNG. And oh, that's so sweet. Uh, thank you so much. That's really nice of you. Um, You can ramp it, Studio says, but then yes, today it's oh yes, but then yes, today it's up. Uh, uh, tidy up. I'm not sure what that meant. Sorry. Botanical Brother says I would go see another one in theaters, providing the script was relatively original. Ooh, yeah, if it offered something unique and different, right? So I'm just gonna write that down. Different. Okay. And so Botanical Brother says I would go okay, so Unicorn Rampant Studio says basically tech T36 has a facet we can mold into a gem. Yeah, well, see, that's the thing that's really interesting because you brought up something that I thought there was T3 salvation. I'm sorry, T3, not salvation, but that's the T4. T3, what I thought was really good. It had so much, um, so much interesting, um, stuff in there, like detail, and we've got that character, Kate Brewster, and we got to know her a little bit more about what happens. They thought they saved the world, but then it turns out they didn't, like, Judgment Day is always gonna happen, and so, I think it's very interesting because, if Judgment Day is always gonna happen no matter what timeline you're in, then you just gotta make it through Judgment Day. You have to grit and bear it through Judgment Day. And that's what the T3 taught us, but we keep trying to do this whole thing where we're going back in time in like in T6, 5 and 6. And I just like, huh? Why aren't we going forward? Because even if the fact is that that maybe they felt they screwed up with salvation, there was still more story to tell, a lot more. So, Dale Smith is here. Hello, Dale Smith. What did you think of the Sarah Connor Chronicles TV show? Could we go in that kind of route, change things a little? Well, yeah. I mean, I didn't see all of it. I do know quite a bit about it. Um, I know some of the things that they changed in the show. Tell me, what was it about in the show that you liked, that you think could be used in a movie? let me know what it is specifically that could be you think could be used, because I think it does have some merit, um, and we'll have to figure out how to use it. And Unicorn says each of the post two T2 movies has some aspect worth saving. I think so. There's just something. I have an idea of how to undo a lot of it actually. And it's really hilariously easy. But I don't wanna, like, in the process of trying to get rid of something, definitely want to retain some of the things that are actually juicy and actually good, and help the storyline. Sean Holmes says James Cameron's original timeline for the Terminator doesn't work by today's standards if you look at it in practical terms from movies, um, 1 through 4. Can you tell me what aspects you're referring to? Um, the original timeline for Terminator doesn't work by today's standards. Now, the only thing that doesn't work that I can see, the biggest thing is when Judgment Day is supposed to happen. That's the one thing that they kept moving it back slowly and slowly and slowly, but that was the one thing that I felt like definitely is a product of its time. But what else do you think, like, what in specifically do you think, um, is it that doesn't work for today's standards? And just also let's remember that a lot of these movies are just set in the time that they're in, like 1984 is 1984. That's, that's just that. We're not trying to reboot this thing. We're just trying to fix it. And rebooting is like a whole nother story. And Charles Austin says the first one needs to be almost shot for shot of the original, with minor changes put in the end credit scene of Miles Dyson on the Cyberdyne fabrication floor with a destroyed T-800 TAC. Do you think so? Do you think we should really do a complete retread of the beginning, the first movie? Because I think that's what Genesis tried to do in the on the most part and really failed horribly. I think those were some of the worst scenes, even though uh, technically they did a wonderful job trying their very hardest to replicate all of that. It, I miss seeing like the original actors doing what they were doing, you know, during all of that. So it just reminded me that these were different actors pretending to be those characters. Um, it was, should we really go redo the entire, um, the first movie again? Because first movie was great story wise and pacing. Oh my God, it was so good. That's why it's my favorite movie of all time. It really is. Um, And, I know some of the questions, I know that, some of the Sean, Holmes, this is your time to go crazy. Ask me all those those Terminator questions you wanted to ask. Charles Larson says, "Second, one needs to be somewhat like T2, only John and Sarah actually loses and Judgment Day, begins." Uh, Add in a post credit years later, John in training, Sarah died, Kyle in Skynet prison. Interesting. The only thing that I would say is that with a storyline done verbatim, like, is that are we gonna bore the audience with the same storyline? Because T1 and T2 is basically a a swerve on the same storyline, same premise, same idea. And so I think people are, I don't know, if people are really craving to see uh, the same story over again, I mean, let me know. Everybody, please contribute some thoughts here, um, because we need to know: is should we repeat everything that we did already, or just move forward? Charles Austin says three should be at be the end. It's 2021. John hatches a rescue plan to get him out. He joins 122nd under General Perry, which they hatch a special mission because they found something Skynet was making. Okay, and General Perry gets killed during the mission, making John the de facto leader. John finds out that the TED that they launched on the last mission destroyed Skynet and find the TED, then send Kyle back. The end. Um, and then Unicorn Rampant City says maybe make a one. Uh, maybe one, maybe a 1.5 and then a 2.5. Oh, you mean to fill in the gaps? Interesting. Fill in the gaps. And Keith E says, I'll be back. I'll be back in about 15 minutes. Adorable. And Unicorn Rampant Studio says, accidentally hit the button on my chat a few times. Sorry. Oh, no, that's okay. And Shauna Holmes says, Judgment Day time period doesn't make sense. 2005 already passed for the movie audience. Hence, Terminator Dark Fate was a time traveling recon story. Um, yeah, no, every time that they messed with time, they messed with the Judgment Day. So Judgment Day has been pushed back to we can make Judgment Day any day we want. Could be, 2030. Um, so Judgment Day is up in the air because they pushed it back again, and that's the good thing about Dark Fate. It brought the story to the present day a little bit more. That's really a good thing about that's the one good thing about Dark Fate, except for, the whole Legion thing. We can that can be fixed. Anybody have a delete button handy? Botanical Brother says maybe instead of going through time, the protagonist accidentally jumps into a parallel Earth and are provided with the means to change the fixed point of the time Cyberdyne event. All right. Um, let me think about this. So before I go any further with this, I just wanted to tell um, Charles Austin. Um, Okay, I have all your ideas, okay, and I think we're gonna look at them a little bit more closely because I have some more slideshow stuff and we can address it. But you're saying, just to go back on what you're saying redo, make a T one, two, and three, and follow the same timeline, but do it better. Do it better. And with updated special effects, with and just sculpt it a little bit better where it's filling in a lot more that happened between the three movies. Gotcha. Gotcha. Um, and it took me a second there to process. And Botanical says, maybe instead of doing, okay, I read this already, but let me absorb this one. Maybe instead of going through time, which, yeah, I'm so about that. Like, I do not like the time traveling anymore. Um, maybe the protagonist accidentally jumps into a parallel Earth. Okay. So that's where the story is getting how do they get to the parallel Earth? Is it something to do with the time machine malfunction? Maybe time machine malfunction. Instead of going to a different time, they've gone to a parallel Earth. Ooh, I think I like that. I like that. I like that. I like that. I think I like that. And I provided with means to change the fixed point in the Cyberdyne in point in time Cyberdyne event. Okay, I do like that. I do like that to make it a a uh, that if you are going to use time travel, that instead of time traveling, they dimension travel or they parallel universe travel. A glitch in the system, something happens. A dog pees on the wires or something. Oh my goodness, this is fun. And Dale Smith says, "What about T2 alternative ending? We could do something with that where John's older. Yes, okay. John's older, and his daughter, and has his daughter. He's a senator as well in there, and Sarah is a grandmother. Oh, I love that storyline. Um, and Unicorn Rampant Studio says, "I'm not a fan of reboots." And I agree because all you're doing is switching actors and you're not really changing the fundamental issues. Because we did like Terminator 1, we did like Terminator 2. We don't need to redo those um, at all. We just need to get the continuity that's all mixed up in the last three movies. Okay? 4 movies, sorry, right? Is it 3 movies? There's 3, 4, 5, and 6. So 4 movies that we just need to get the continuity, take the good parts and leave the bad parts and smush it into something that's, like, maybe modern day and figure out what to do with that. Um, I do wanna go through more of my slideshow. Um And oh no, we're losing Brogu. Oh no, Brogu. Enjoy fixing Terminator, guys. Goodbye, everyone. Okay, no problem. Oh no, we needed you for this, Brogu. Um. But yes, come back at your leisure. We'll be doing it again next week because there's still more. We're just at the beginning stages here. And Charles Arson says the chat is not enough characters for my full pitch, but it wouldn't be an exact retread of the first two. Yeah, I'm getting that you wanted to make some changes there. I get it. That there would be some changes. Um, And Dale Smith says, "What about the T2 alternative ending? We could do something with that. John is older, has a daughter, and Sarah is a grandmother, and Judgment Day doesn't happen." Yeah, I mean, I think that ending is really great. That's really the end of the story, right? Because if Judgment Day happens, um, the story continue. But if we keep on trying to stop Judgment Day or we avoid Judgment Day, that's the end of the story. Close the book. We're done. We need Judgment Day more than people realize because it is unless ooh because in Legion, they didn't do necessarily a Judgment Day in Legion for Dark Fate. They did 3 days of horrors, I suppose. They cut off the power and they had people starve on the third day, and it was like 3 days of destruction. Um, and so that could be another thing that it doesn't happen with a Judgment Day, but something happens. So you can have the ending where Sarah grows old and John Connor grows old as well, and that all happens, but Judgment Day doesn't it necessarily happens as a Judgment Day. Just things just happen and breaks down human society, and that is interesting. I think that's interesting. Uh, but it's a slower burn than outright Terminators popping out everywhere and starting shooting everybody. It's gonna take it would take a longer time to get to the part that I particularly want to see, which is the war, and not saying that I like war in particular, but I did want to see that struggle of John Connor in the early days of the war, and they kinda showed it to you in Salvation, but again, the concentration wasn't on him, it was on some other guy, and so, uh, that was a problem for me, it took away a lot from enjoying the film, and, Charles Austin says, "We actually have to do a live chat together so you'll hear the full speech, Retro Nerd Girl." Ooh, okay. Okay. Um, let me see about that. And Simply Steve 68 says, "Nah, the Terminator franchise ended with Salvation, and the new timeline line began with Genesis and continued with Dark Fate." Um, oh yeah, yeah. Yeah. I think that's fact, but I think we would like to see. We're just talking about what we'd like to see as far uh, as fixing it and trying to like, can we see, what would Terminator 7 be like? We're just doing a bit of imagining here. Great to see you, Simply Steve. 68 and Unicorn Rampant Studio says, personally, I'm hoping we try very hard but ultimately fail against the machines as testimony to how great we are at making murder machines. Yeah, humans are great at making murder machines. And Botanical Brothers is exactly LOL. And let's see. Oh, Moonbeam 87 is here. Okay, so we're fixing Terminator from where Rise of the Machines. Um, well, from everywhere. We're looking at every option possible. A lot of people have said they would like to see a 2.5. Um, and some people said, "Oh, maybe let's keep everything and figure out how to take the good of everything and get rid of the next thing." Great idea was showing up on an alternative parallel Earth, and everything is as in place like it was in the original, like kind of timeline, sort of where John Connor is the leader of the resistance, and we get to spend some time there. Um, And Unicorn Rabbit Studio says, "I would really like uh, to really like how Bionic Woman, though there's no reason not to." Uh, okay, I'm not sure. There's some missing words there. Okay, we'll reboot the phone and be right back. I'll be back. Yes. And um, hold on one second. Let me just check something. Okay. Mm. And William Blake also says, "Okay, what's the big idea about fixing this? Sorry, I'm late." And And Unicorn says, so we have answered the question. Definitely feel like it's worth fixing in some way. I think so. I think most of us are interested in something different and new, and just trying to see if it's fixable, right? It's because I do love the franchise, but with the two movies, there's something, I didn't hate the other movies at all. It's just they were didn't kind of let me down a little bit personally, but I felt like there was so many ideas that they had in there that were really good. They tried really hard, but didn't quite land the plane. They did not land the plane for me. And so, the next question I have really to answer, but before we get there, let me just, I'll just say the question, and you start to answer, but I will continue to answer. Take a look at your um, what you have going on in the chat. The question is what we loved about T1 and T2 that it's so special that we don't want to give up. We don't want to give up certain aspects about T1 and T2. Um, and I have a list of a few things for us to talk about on those items. Moonbeam says, "Yeah, the alternative ending is there was no Judgment Day. The alternative and in the alternative ending, but James Cameron kept the ending on the open with the open road to keep the films going." And William Blake Hall says, "Not sure where to go with this. She wondered about merging Terminator with Matrix, but you start off with skull crushing robots and wind up with harvesting human batteries. Two different AIs. Yes, it is two different AIs, and the thing is even on this planet right now, there are several different companies working um, on advancements with technology, all doing different things. And some guy is making the perfect partner for individuals with enhanced robotics. There's other people who are making it for military purposes. Other people are using it for Hollywood, for making movies. There are some people who are using it to for scientific purposes. It's there are different AIs already on planet Earth, all over the planet that they're working on, and it is I think it would be crazy for us to think that the only one AI is gonna, you know, it it could take over, but those other AI programs could be their own entities, right? So we have all these different entities that are operating. Perhaps they can have a, a common goal, or they could be working against each other. And I think when it comes to Terminators, everybody is if you're not working with them, you're against them. They're the perfect enemy for almost any other AI or any other creature out there. So it's a very interesting conversation, guys. This is why I like this. That's why I love this franchise. I suppose it is really in depth. You have this crazy theme that is also very close to home. It's really close to home. And Simply Steve 68, not me. I like the franchise the way it is. Oh, really? You do? And drop the last 2 movies? Oh, so you like the franchise up until the last 2 movies. LOL. Okay, got it. Got the joke. I got it. William Blake Hall says, "Sometimes, things just run their course." Uh, uh, the original A APES movies Apes movies. Oh, okay. Closed a giant time loop in just 5 movies. Yeah, I actually watched all of them, and they were really all good. I was pleasantly surprised how good it was. Um, so if somebody could get in there that was that good, maybe they could work on Terminator franchise. Um, and I think also another thing is that a lot of people keep going back to James Cameron for advice, and he's like, "I don't see it." He keeps telling them, like, "I don't see it going forward anymore." And then they ask him to help him with the stories, and he helps them with the stories, and it's all we think it's gonna be great, and it doesn't end up that great. And Moonbeam 87 says the storm at the end of Terminator was a metaphor for the Terminators on the horizon. That's why she told them that there's a storm coming. She says, I know. And Simply sees Steve 68 says, didn't like Joan Connor in Dark Fate. Um, Joan Connor? Oh, are you talking about Danny? The new the new human that's supposed to be the leader of the resistance. I can't say I enjoyed that idea either. But I think it's just I don't understand why there was a need to kill off a character and create a new one. I didn't understand it. I just didn't understand it at all. I didn't understand it. You could still have Legion and you can still have Grace be there, the cyborg, and you can still have all those aspects with also having John Connor. So that didn't make sense. And nobody liked it, and we don't like when things are replaced. So I think that was the issue. It didn't matter who it was. It just was awkward and weird, and we didn't like we didn't like that. Botanical Brother said, "Hey, it's Friday," and Zachariah says, "Howdy, Retro Nerd Girl in chat." Hello, Zachariah 315. Great to see you. And Barry on says, "Make it a viewpoint switch. People keep trying to contact Skynet about extended warranties on." On his Terminators, and suddenly the audience is in favor of Judgment Day. Oh my goodness. And Gary says Jane Cameron has written a new Terminator script. Maybe he can fix it. It would be interesting. It would really be interesting. I hope so. I hope he's written a new script. And I hope it's fully like he's fully behind it this time. And William Blake Hall says, and it would be nice if he directed and put some skin on the in the game. You know what I mean? Because um, handing off ideas to other people, it just doesn't feel right when you know, like the two movies that were successful and that people generally all like are the ones he directed. You know, so I think that's the only way I think you can, bolster enough confidence that that's going to be a winner. But you can't, at the same time give everything a chance. But I'm looking sideways at it. William Blake also says, "Do we want to keep any innovations from later movies? I noticed that both Terminator and Transformers go off into animal-style robots." I think um, I don't know if does anybody like the animal robot idea? Um, there are some innovations or things that are in like I really did love seeing the rubber um the T600s, which is the lower value of robots before the T800 Arnold's version. And it just really those guys look really scary. I want to see more of that. Uh, if we could have more of that, if they would just we could just have, like, a little segment, I don't care if it's I really want to see that battle. And Moonbeam 87, And not a whole bunch of like CGI switching body, like I just want to see like robots fighting. That's it. And humans winning. um, and Room 87 says Terminator was the genesis of I'll Be Back. Arnie was approached by fans asking him to say it, and he said, I'll be back, and they would geek out. And Rafael Lopez says Terminator 2, Terminator 3, Rise of the Machines. So we're for Genesis, new timeline, Terminator Dark Fate, a new part 3, ignoring other sequels. Yeah, because Terminator Dark Fate was supposed to undo all the other movies after Terminator 2, and that didn't go over very well. And And, and Moonbeam 87 says, "Huh? So there are cannibal Terminators? Oh, I didn't know. Are there? I didn't know that. Is there something that I can't see? I think I'm reading off all the chat, but maybe are there messages I can't see? That's I'm trying to figure out if there are just messages I can't see. It seems like people are speaking and saying things I don't um uh, see. And Gary says AI will write the movie where Skynet wins. Um, and William Blake Hall says, then perhaps two or more very different AIs are fighting each other at least as much as they're fighting us. Ah, it would be nice to for us to get a batch of those Terminators to protect um, you know, like a nursery or something. It'd be really cool. Like reprogram those suckers, and get them to help us on the other side. And I was surprised we didn't see more of that in Salvation. Um, it just was a missed opportunity. And Dale says they should set it in a future utopia where T-800s get made to serve humanity, and somebody hacks the main computer malfunction, takes over, and they start the apocalypse again. Well, that's kind of what I was saying as far as instead of having a full out judgment day, if we're totally opposed to that, I do love the idea of having that kind of happen. But if we want to like cut down on the devastation to all the cities and things, that could be a thing that happens. I was also thinking about the movie The Surrogates, where there are avatars, where people are in the avatars of these robots that are walking around and stuff. So I was thinking, what if humans could get into these robot machine bodies and do all the fighting with the robots, and not get hurt at all. But we'd need to be able to be like, we'd have to have operations where we'd steal, steal or raid one of their factories and steal a whole bunch of their supplies. That would be, I mean, doesn't that sound like fun? That sounds like so much fun. And Movie 87 says, even have Skynet. The second I got a flyer that said Skynet, I kind of freaked out because it was so close to the Terminator. Oh, okay. Um, and In fact, you know what? I would, in fact, instead of naming the movie The Terminator, we just call it Skynet. How about that, guys? What do you think about that? Skynet as the name of the movie. That would be, stop it. You're right. I'm getting excited about this. Sorry. I'm tearing up now, guys. You don't know how much I love Terminator. That the movie's about Skynet taking control and their society of robots. Marion says, both that's probably a terrible idea, but an offshoot movie perhaps, or one of those little shorts That's about like 20 minutes long. Farion says both T1 and 2 had long runs from unstoppable opponents with nice special effects for the day and plenty of tension. Yes, you nailed it, Barry on. It was the tension, and I think a lot of these other movies do have the tension involved. And but what is really missing, and they do up the ante every time, showing you brand new Terminators, showing you like brand new elements to surprise you about the Terminators or whichever new Terminator is coming out. But I think what they miss is how to really tie this into an emotional package like they did in the first and second movies. They miss the emotional piece of the story. Whereas the first one had that strong love story and just the tale, that haunting tale of knowing that that there's John Connor has to be born or has to it has to be born at some point, and that Sarah Connor is the mother, but she doesn't even know when, and there's no information who the father is, and it's just so powerful how they connect, and it becomes about two people who in a very short time have to uh pull together. And there are moments in the film where Kyle has never really expressed any smiling, and then for a short moment in time he does smile with Sarah Connor. It was so beautiful, such a wonderful story. I love that movie. But back to this, yes, I think all those things definitely has to be embedded in this story the same way, because I think that's been a staple and that's something that people really like. We won't like something a little bit different, surprising, and also um, keep that tension going, but at the same time we need a lot of exposition. That's Terminator. We need exposition, but we need it told in a way that's organic and goes with the flow. We also need that emotional aspect, but not stop the story too much. Uh, give it some time to breathe, but also, uh, hey, don't rest too much too long, because the Terminator is coming to get you. And another aspect of Salvation I thought was I really wanted to see more dogs and how their relationship. I know there's some in there, but just to see more of like that being a focal thing in the story, um, how dogs are helping to protect humans. And Burglar says, before I go, why not take um, okay, before I go, why not make time travel a two-way street? Oh, I think because they can't go back in time. I think there's like there's a reason why. Um, but I hear what you're saying. Make it possible to go back to the point to stop the general from pushing the button, or go back and destroy where the main facility, and have major war. I think I know what you're saying, right? Is to be able to um, go to specific times in the story in the future. Go back in time, but I think they can't go back in time because right after they send Kyle Reese through the machine. Wait a minute. When they send Kyle Reese through the machine, they destroy it. That's in the original timeline where John wins. But then in other iterations, um, the timeline, they had a backup time. They had a time travel unit, and they they um they sent everybody. They sent more T800s back in time, um, which is kind of weird because if you've got T1000s, why do you send back the T800 in Dark Fate? And that was because they wanted to have Arnold in the film. these little details. Mechanical Brother, what I liked about T1 and T2 was was the relatively original storyline, action, and occasional comedic presence. Yeah, there was a little funny, but, not it was tastefully done, right? And I think T2 had more of those moments than T1, where I felt like they weren't necessarily gearing it for kids, but it had that tween, humor kinda thing. So, yeah, definitely in T2, but T1 had a lot less. I think, if there were, like, 1 or 2 moments of, like, smiling, and then it was back to the chase again, uh, for T1. It was really serious, and one thing about T1 that I really loved was that it was way more serious, than T2. Um, and, William Blake Hall says, "Hi, time travel in these movies seem to have been more about confirming inalterable destiny, and branching off new histories." Yeah, I think so. And Simply Steve 68 says, "Yes, Danny, I nicknamed her Joan." Oh, and John Walker says, "Hello, retro RNG and everyone in the chat." Hello, John Walker. How are you doing? Yes, it's party time. And Rosa says, "Okay, I just wanted to contribute to the chat, even though it sounds stupid." No, it does. No, it doesn't. There's no stupid ideas here. Why do you say that? Please, Brogo, stop it. You're making me. You please do express your ideas. We definitely love hearing your thoughts, and you have brilliant things to say. So please do feel free to speak your mind. And there are people in the chat that's supporting you. It looks like people are saying nice things. And Moonbeam 87 says, "Glad you had a happy birthday." And your mom in the chat 2 days ago. Yes, thank you so much. Yes, she was great. It was great to see her in the chat. And John Walker, the Terminator Resistance video game is much better. It is a much better sequel to the first two films than the later sequels to the franchise. Well, that is something I'm going to have to research because uh, I've been hearing some things about that. And Unicorn Rampant Studio says the only reason I like the animal robot idea is because it actually is a great way of gaining the benefit of the doubt from a human. Oh, so you mean that if you had an animal robot, then the humans could think it is safe. Oh, it's an animal. It's safe. The only question is like besides dogs, it would have to be a dog, which would mean that that dog would be very dangerous to the other dogs. Maybe we like this idea with as an extra the since dogs are protecting humans, why not get something to specifically go after the other dogs? That's juicy right there. Right in my eyes. Oh my god, that was juicy. Wow. And Moving says dogs shouldn't be robots. Dogs let humans know when the Terminator's around. I know, but that ups the ante. That creates more more of a sense of danger. But we won't do that right away. We'll let that happen over time, like a sort of like a surprise. Like, just when you think it's great to get back into the water again, there's a little, monster coming to give you a little bite. That's what those are the surprises in the story that we really need. Like, oh my God, how dare you? How could you defile, the sanctity of humankind? Now, the only problem with this is that if you have a robot that kills dogs, we may turn off the audience because that's like, oh no, you didn't. People will just lose it. They were like, no, you just can't do that. So maybe even though that's really savage and what a real computer would do, maybe for the sake of the audience and not losing our audience, we may not do the robot dogs, even though it'd be savage. Oh my God. Um, People will lose their minds. They're like, "No." And William Blake says, I can imagine four different AIs, one military designed to win World War III, another is police AI designed to keep humanity from hurting itself. Ooh, a direct rival to the military mission. Okay, here we go. Here we go. I love it. I love it. And Moonbeam 87, Terminator is taking the batteries of other sounds like cannibals. The batteries of other sounds. I'm not quite sure what that is. Please do explain a little more on that. Um, Unicorn Rampant Studio says, LOL RNG. Several chatters have been retracting statements, including me. So, yes, it looks like some things are out of context. Okay. So sorry about that, everybody. If you're getting your messages deleted, and you saying that to me today is reminding me of two other times when that happened to me today in other chat rooms. I said, it's I said literally just said, "It's going to be exciting." And my message was retracted by YouTube's automated system. It wasn't misspelled or anything. What is so bad about saying it is going to be exciting? And it was retracted. Another statement I made was also retracted. I didn't realize that was happening, but it's so interesting you said that because yes, that's happening. So please, anybody who's put in something that was retracted, do not feel like people are trying to blot out your statements. That the just if you could just um, be patient with whatever's going on with the AI, if you will, because yes, this happened to me today, so I definitely know that it's true. So please, I am very sorry in advance. Rafael Lopez says Skynet will be an AI that causes the apocalypse by taking everyone's jobs. You think so? I mean, I think there there there's a lot of things that will change, and I think if we know this right now, then we have one thing working for us, which is to be prepared for what jobs will be available. If I mean, as somebody who works in retail and consumer um, retail, I'll just say there's a lot of times when people don't really treat you very nicely. And so a lot of people don't want to do those jobs anyway. So as humanity, we need to start training or figuring out what jobs we really want to have and which ones are going to be sustainable for us to move forward. We haven't figured that out yet, and that's really tough because people without uh, people with low income individuals will definitely be the first to suffer this. It's yeah, it is it's going to be a problem. It is going to be a problem. Um, I do agree with you, Raphael. It's just we do have the option of a small amount of time to course correct, and I don't think we're doing that at all. William Blake Hall says three could be about science, perhaps boosting not only science and technology, but human evolution. 4 could be a service related, all kinds of exotic indulgences lying around. Ooh, yes, I see. This is what I'm talking about. And look at a movie like Cherry 2000. I don't know if you guys remember Cherry 2000, or um, just movies that really remind you of those apocalyptic, even Mad Max movies, like taking um, some cues from that. Like, what is going to happen to what is this world that we're creating? Because it looks like it's going to happen. So even and we've been, uh, you know, we've known about that since to 90, for a long, long time before even 1984. So this is the kind of thing, like in in the storyline, I would really like to explore. I mean, it would be really interesting. Oh, Puff Comics 83 is here. Says hi, hi RNG in chat. Oh, so good to see you. So good to see you. And Botanical Brother says happy belated birthday RNG. Oh, thank you, thank you. We've got some confetti makers and stars and hearts. Thank you so much. Those are awesome. And William Blake called, I don't just think you would crush the skull of your battery if it had a skull. Um, well, yeah, I mean, I guess the skull of your battery if it had a skull. I guess so. I guess maybe I have that out of context. Um, but yeah, there's a lot of um, you know, uh, that's the one part about the Skynet thing that is kind of confusing. It does take over, but can how does it take over every single computer platform? And not that we need to know the science of it all, but also it would be nice to know some of the science of it and the practicality of it. Is it practical? Is it possible? Um, and what does that mean? Are there some systems that are already um, are protected by infiltration? And like those systems, like uh, Skynet, they too may want to stay alive. They may also want to preserve their well-being. And so John Walker says humans in robot suits like robot jocks would be fun. Yeah, that would be cool. Or like that thing that Ripley was in at the end of Aliens, would be really cool. Something to even the playing field. The only problem is that those, weapons that they have are quite nasty, so there's gotta be something to shield our squishy human bodies from those terrible blasters, that they have. I forgot the name of, their blasters, but it's pretty nasty. Unicorn Rampant Studio says, "Yes, I agree, the movie should just be Skynet." Oh, thank you, we've got a we've got a just Skynet here. And, Moonbeam 87 says, "I love the scene, I know, why you cry, but it's something that I can't do." Um, Skynet for Terminator title, okay. Oh, great! You get another thumbs up for it. Yay, guys! Oh gosh, I'm getting some. Am I behind a lot? Yes, I am. Sorry about this. I'm about 10 minutes or so behind. Yes, thank you for the that Skynet is a great one. Puff's comment says um, that, by the way, I do love that scene as well, it's really great, and that's also part of the emotion that was in, T2, and we've been missing a lot of that personable emotion that makes you wanna cry, and characters we actually like. Okay, characters we actually like. That's another missing element in a lot of the other movies. And Puff Comics 83 says Skynet is a solid movie title. They are probably planning it now. LOL. I hope they are. I mean, but I think that should be the name of the uh That should be the name of the movie that we're trying to make, at least. And Botanical Brothers says, "Awesome, Skynet is as a prequel anime." Okay, I don't mind it as an anime. Maybe if we're, we get it all written up and everything. Maybe we can make it into a one of um those things. I don't know. Like, we could do so many things with it. We could do so many things with it. And William Blake also say almost like uh, almost like a Skynet franchise, but I still like a variety of AIs going loose. One just might be the most immediately threatening, and thereby only the first we meet. Yes, yes, and that's the one reason why I feel like the Matrix can live in this universe because that's a separate AI, possibly on the East Coast, I believe, and it could be whereas Skynet is LA, so it's like LA, and we're having this kind of like battle of different objectives, and not sure if you know, different times and chances and moments where we've been, humans have been caught up in the middle of it. I think that would be interesting. And Simply Steve says Skynet Terminator Rising. Yeah. Um, because we gotta get that off, right? We gotta get that situation off. That situation from when the world is regular to when the world is getting it's weird again. It's weird and wrong. Um, and Moonbeam 87 says, let's get out seeing both Terminator and T2. Um, William Blake also says rising movies tend to be cursed. Deep Rising, Mercury Rising. Okay, no rising, guys. No rising. Thank you, William Blake Hall. Oh my goodness. See, this is why we need you for these conversations. It's just like we need to know this information. Although I like the silliness of Deep Rising. And Botanical Brother says uh, uh, time to file for cyber child support. Ooh. And Moonbeam 87 says Kyle Reese needs to go back to 1984 so Sarah can give birth to John. Now, do we want to go through that again? I mean, we are trying to get away from the time loop that we keep going through, and people keep messing with the time loop. Um, people keep messing with that time loop, and I'm not sure we should go back. I think we should let it go and move forward. Simply Steve says, "Okay, then how about Skynet: Dawn of the Terminators?" Ooh, that could be good. That could be good. William Blake Hall says Dawn is okay. Worked worked for Red Dawn, Steel Dawn, has blessedly been forgotten. Robot Dawn, interesting. So Dawn might work. And Simply Steve 68 says the Skyner F the I'm not sure what that is. I'm not sure. Oh, the Skynet. I'm not sure if something got mixed up there. Moonbeam 87 says, "Yeah, the time travel in Terminator is a one-way trip." Yes, it is. It's a one-way trip, and because you won't be able to get the time. Um, it's a one-way trip because you need to have a time travel machine in order to send you back if you were going to go forward in time. Um, which is usually because you go there with just your organic skin, you don't get to bring anything with you. And then the time travel machine is like huge. So I don't think you can fit a time travel machine inside of a travel machine. But you can, I suppose, get the plans for the time travel machine, put it in a chip perhaps, and insert it underneath your skin, then travel into the time. travel machine, and then wherever you are, make your own time travel machines with the schematics of that chip, and hoping that that chip will match up to anything else in that time period that you can actually use it. So, um, I'm not sure. You keep saying that, but I don't know what that means. Um, I think you meant that you're for Skynet. I get it. I get it. I get it. Simply Steve. I get it. I get it. Um, just in case there's any kids watching, I don't. I'm not gonna post it, but I get it. I get what you're saying. And William Blake Hall says, the T1000, the T10,000 makes more sense to me as something remotely operated, possibly from the future, right? 10, yeah. Um, well, they started out we're gonna go over the different Terminators, um, and talk about them in detail. Not super detail, but enough detail. And, Simply Steve says, "Show the T1 and their gradual next machine designs to up to." That's something I'm really interested in, the development of the machines. Um That's why I thought Rise of the Machines was actually great. Um, uh, um, and Moonbeam says, "Oh, my next video is in an hour. It's the 7th anniversary of my first vid." Oh, guys, well, head over to Moonbeam's channel and show him some love for his 7th anniversary video that's happening in a while. Um, It'll be up in an hour, and I don't know, we might still be going. There's still a lot more to cover. William Blake Hall says, "If we, were to try a crossover, maybe something like Skynet meets Tron, humans try to spy on Skynet in its own ground." Hmm, I'm trying like, Tron would maybe work, but I'm gonna have to watch the second Tron again just to make sure I know that story. I don't know that story very well, but because the first Tron, um, yeah, I'll have to watch that Tron again. And oh wow, Maddie Daddy's here. Hello, says hey beautiful. Thank you. Good to see you here. And let's see. Brogu says, I know time travel is a one-way trip. Just trying to change it up and see if we can get a different kind of movie franchise. Just forget all my comments. Good. Stop it, Brogu. My God, we love hearing your idea. What happened, Brogu? We love your ideas. We love that you are contributing. Did it take away your message again? 'Cause I don't see what it's in reference to. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, Skywalker the Jedi. I love of seeing you here. Says much love to you, Retro. It's been so busy. I haven't gotten to catch you live in some time, but see you're working hard. Can't wait to collab again. Oh yes, we should definitely do that soon. I know you're very, very busy yourself, so I've been catching up on the replay with your videos. But thank you so much. Let's see if I have a nice thank you for you. Here's one. Okay. Now I did skip a whole bunch. Um, and I'm not sure where I was at I left off at. And I think Brogu was the last one. Brogu, I hope you're still here because um I really appreciate your comments. Please don't feel that way. Unicorn Rampant Studio says robot disguised as dogs murdering everything humans and other dogs and the humans wouldn't automatically think of them as enemies and would then doubt their own companions. Ooh, ooh, that's rough. That's rough. Do you think it's a good idea? Do you think it's a good idea? I think it would, yeah, it would create suspicion and it would create more fear. The audience would definitely be on their toes. They'd be like, they would be shocked, jaws on the ground. I think so. And Dale Smith says, I have an I have idea why dogs can sense Terminators. It goes back to the JP book, Dinos Smell Like Rotten Fish because of their incubation process. Maybe the flesh of the Terminator gives it away. Oh, yeah, it could be, and also, probably number 1. But if you've been in a war with these guys, and let's say their flesh has been removed, you can probably dogs could probably hear them, hear the computer, um, stuff going on inside them. So that might be, another thing that they can hear. Um Simply Steve says, LOL, they forgot the comma before sound. Um, mm, where? Well, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. William Blake Hall says, I've been meaning to mix a swirl of AIs after all Delios and Roman world, medieval world, and West world. Oh, sure. That could be interesting. To have all the worlds of the AIs just be a little bit different, where you have like areas where they're working with the humans and trying to create a utopia after the apocalypse, but somehow it's a little off a little bit, like Logan's Run, and that was operated by computers. That could be interesting, yeah. And William Blake Hall says all things being even, which they never are. One's like trying to be a goat herd. And Barry On says an AI could make humans dependent on it to the point where stopping it could cost real lives, meaning that the protagonist might have to fight humans who are themselves somewhat sympathetic. Interesting. Interesting. Yes, I like that idea. Like they're like treating them, pampering them, and they're like, "Well, we're gonna lose our precious, cushy lifestyles if we're not if we don't fight against the humans. No better way to defeat your enemy but than to have them infight." So yeah, I think that you're hitting on something. Do it all, do it all. We're gonna do attack dogs. We're gonna do humans battling each other, robots battling each other. Um, Maybe it could be called Skynet Warzone or something. Something savage like that. Something with testosterone. Something really crazy like that. That'd be crazy. Um, oh man, and when we says, LOL, laughing at myself, meant to say Terminators taking batteries of other Terminators sounds like cannibal. Ooh, in order to survive, right? They remove other like, oh, we need these battery packs, and this group of Terminators has it, they're or this group of robots have the resources we need to continue this war. I like that. I like it a lot. That may be where the matrix comes into place because they are using the energy source of humans, and Ooh, that actually sounds interesting. Unicorn Rampant Studio says, "I'm just trying to decide how I can make myself valuable in any of the AI that can keep me alive without putting holes in me and letting me keep my animals." Oh, yeah, yes, play nice with the robots, and, John Walker says, "I forgot about the birthday. Happy birthday, RNG." Oh, thank you so much. That's so sweet of you. Yes, I had a great birthday, guys. It was really fun, and Death Metal Podcast is here. Oh my gosh. Guys, what a channel. You should go over there and check it out. Says, "Hello, Reginald girl. Love your extensive knowledge on old TV shows and movies." Oh, thank you. Yeah, I live them. I live them. It was not too much to remember. I don't always remember everything, but they're really great memories. And Moonbeam 87 says, uh, get in the mech at John Walker. Get in the mech. Uh, and the loader in Aliens. Yes, the loader in Aliens. We can have people in battle suits like that. And Bonzo Kilburn says Skynet takes over all of the satellites and fiber optic cables. Any computers that don't get in line get their plugs pulled. Ooh, ruthless, ruthless. And Bonzo Kilburn says maybe a little time travel. Agent Mayhem goes back comes back from a parallel universe to stop Skynet. Green light it now. Oh my goodness, that's hilarious. Thank you, Bonzo Kilburn. You're making me giggle here and blush. And Simply Steve says similar to the shooting next in the Matrix 3. Oh, um, and get in the mech if you want to live. And Moonbeam 87 says, and any film Skynet, let's do it, fans unite. Yeah, I mean, it's possible you can do almost anything, and hey, why not use AI to since it can do anything now, we can use that too. It'd be quite ironic too, though. Simply Steve says, defending mechs for Zion in a movie. Cool. I like this. I like these ideas. They're great. And Moonbeam says, we're in a bootstrap paradox, and it needs to end." Yeah, it just keeps we keep going back in time, and it's just really kind of I'm tired of going back. The story was going forward, and we liked that in T1 and T2. We liked when the story was moving forward, but we keep going back to 1984, back to 1984, back to 1984. Back to 1980, they went back to 1973. I mean, what, are you gonna go back to Roman times? And, like, what? It just gets to be a little bit too much. Um, and Bonzo Gilboa says, start with a fully functioning Skynet and a rebel army. Sprinkle a little backstory from the 20th century, but most people already know the score. Interesting. Start already there and then do like backstory vignettes, maybe like little bite-sized backstory pieces. That might be interesting. That might be interesting. I mean, yeah, I like that. Oh, look, anti-derivative Jill is here. Says hello, listening while driving. Oh, so cool. I'm so glad we were able to support each other's channels today. And by the way, anti-derivative Jill had a great discussion today about warp speed and all those really like super intricate details about space travel that I really don't, I know very limited amounts of, and I just had a ball just listening. It was really another juicy live stream I watched today. And Dale Smith said they already got a Terminator game called Dawn of Fate. Okay. All right. Dawn of Fate. And William Blake Hall says, I have a little singularity have a little singularity. People have been saying for decades that they're heading for a supreme moment. What if that moment isn't monolithic, but a various AIs hitting their peak and then competing? This is possible. This is possible. Also, another part of the singularity is that humans want to join that. There are many humans that have spoken about they want to continue their lifespans in computer mode. So that's really interesting to me. What would life be like? Like, do you like how do you upload your consciousness to the internet or interwebs or inter some sort of group hive mind computer system? Very interesting, fascinating stuff, and people wanna do it. It's great. It's great stuff. I mean, it's sci-fi is here, everybody. William Blake Hall says Skynet could be a component within the singularity. Ooh, that it's like secretly operating and watching and waiting for its moment to pounce on any threats it has. Um, interesting, interesting. Yeah, I thought it was very I thought it was very telling that there was such a an emphasis on in T3 to use this technology that they had no idea about, no clue about, and see how it would work with their defense systems. And of course, things going out of hand. It was like this is what you don't do. Like some strange, unusual uh, system that you don't know. Was very disappointed to know that, Dyson's son was involved in this stuff. It's like, you saw what happened to your father. You saw what your father did and what he that he sacrificed his life for this. Is one of the downfalls to me of T3 is to have the knife twisted in in, um, in Dyson's back by his own son. It's just really disgusting. But, getting too passionate about this. I'm getting too passionate about this now. And Moonbeam says, "Yeah, you're a naked woman. You arrive in the past. Terminator isn't Back to the Future." Oh wow, yeah, so true. So true. It's not Back to the Future, guys. And Maddie's daddy says, the chip would have to be a subdermal. Oh my god, I'm so far behind. So sorry, guys. I'm trying to catch up. I will try to very much catch up. Wow, 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 wow. Uh, the chip would have to be subdermal because, as Kyle said, nothing dead can come through. So, um, hold on, guys. I think I have an issue. I hope you can see me and hear me. Um, um, I'm just gonna continue and pretend you can't hear me. The clip would have to be subdermal because Kyrie says nothing dead can come through. Yes, so it will be inserted into the skin underneath probably under the muscle or underneath the somewhere deep into the skin, and and uh, and Keith E's back. William Blake Hall says, and I honor your service in Africa, or was it Surrey writing that? Um, Siri. And, oh gosh, I'm 39 minutes. Okay, I'm gonna try to catch up. I hope you guys don't mind if I skip down a little bit. I know I will definitely be reading all of your comments, every single one. Um, let's see. Dale says Skynet was afraid when making the T1 10,000 due to it being self-aware. I saw a video on facts about how. Oh yeah, I I think it's still going. Yes, it's still going. For some reason it cut out on me. Skynet was afraid. I saw a video on the facts about how crazy that Terminator is. Oh gosh, so are we gonna get to the um, Terminator 10,000? Oh my goodness. Even I'm scared. Yes, please, Brogo, please. I hope you're still there. Um, uh, let's see. go down. Um, and Unicorn Rampant Studio says, "No, we should not have dogs murdering dogs." I'm just saying, if I were an AI and I would be the one of one of those first places, I should go, because squishy things are vulnerable. Okay. Not dogs necessarily, but some kind of thing that specifically targets all of the living things. I get you. Like little miniature crabby bitey things that go in and just eat everything. Ooh, that haunts my dreams. And antiderivative Joe says true. So it's more personal because I saw a Canadian Spider-Man earlier. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you guys were saying something to the oh wow, thank you, Antiderivative Joe, for the super sticker. Thank you so much. Let me see if I can still find out where what it is. Um It's a piece of cake, a pink one as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Oh my god. And Government Cheese says my guilty pleasure Terminator movie is Genesis. Wow. I enjoyed the hell out of that goofy movie. Well, I salute you. Wow. Okay, I did enjoy it as well, but I did have my, um, misgivings. I really I wish they had gone in a different direction, but definitely, it wasn't bad. They did their they did their best, I think. Sean Holmes says, "If the Terminator franchise gets another chance on the big screen, I hope they make the Resistance look more formidable, thank you, than prior, iterations." Yes. How did they win the war anyway? It looked so terrible. And Gary says, James Cameron directed Terminator 2 3D Battle Across the Battle Across Time, right, was supposed to lead into the third movie. And William Blake Hall says, Sean, hey, another example of a variety leaps to mind. Orwell's 1984 pits Oceania, Eurasia, and East Asia against each other. Interesting. Yes, true, true, true. So each country might even have their own AI that they're developing and trying to kind of sort things out with, and will be of a threat to to Skynet. This is great. William Blake Hall says, I am not a big fan of the iRobot movie with Will Smith, but there is a technology already far extended before it turns. I also think that I always think of Bruce Willis surrogates. Yes, that's what I mentioned earlier. Like we could, humans could be avatars in their own Terminator bodies, where they can go and fight other Terminators, and guess what? No damage done to their squishy bodies. And so Wax Woofer is here. Hi, how are you? Says there should be a Rouge general who never trusted the machines. He was secretly preparing for the robot wars with latest weapons tech. Oh, yeah. I mean, that's what we were hoping John Connor was going to be. Um, a rogue general. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. And thank you again. Thank you guys for responding to me. I did have some problems there. Um, and I don't know what to explain it, but maybe it was a power surge or something. And Unicorn Rampant says, "You're way behind, so let's jump ahead." Thank you. I will. Trying to catch up, and I think I'm only 3 minutes behind. Barry on Stargate's replicators were scary without looking anthropomorphic. Um, Stargate's replicators. I don't remember those guys. We'll have to do some research on them. Yeah, I'll have to do some research on them. Um, yeah, we never got that far into Stargate, so I don't know who those are. Yeah, I will have to myself included, William. I will have to do some research, and I'm sure a quick Google will find one or two videos on, just giving us a clip or two of what they look like and how they operate. And Dale Smith says you could put your conscious to into chips like they did with Johnny Silverhand in Cyberpunk 2077. These chips could be the place in Terminators as a way of being immortal. That's okay. So this is part of the singularity thing that people are hoping that they can do. That if they are a part of the singularity and they put their consciousness into computers, that they will be immortal in a way of speaking. I don't know where the actual physical part of their bodies will be, if they will be operational or if they will, um, you know, be in a hospital bed or how they will operate. But that's some of the theories of people who are working on being a part of the singularity when it happens. And Sean Holmes. Fortunately, Captain Power has the perfect look for humans, for a human-resistant Terminator movie. Oh, wow, Captain Power. And Barry On says they kind of look like grasshoppers made of Legos, but about the size of a chihuahua. Oh, interesting. And someday, very soon, RNG will watch Colossus Forbidden Project. That is how a computer conquers the world, chillingly more logical than Skynet, sort of a precursor. All right, I'm going to have to write that down again. If I can try to see this weekend, that would be great. So next week I can come with a small little a story board of what we've all been discussing. Um, Again, this is for fun and uh oh, that's fine, Wexler. I figured it out. And I'm starting to I've got Siri has been in a lot of people's chats, or has been messing it around, so I'm kinda getting better at figuring it out. Keithy says, "Chat, is at 5 p.m. your time, right here." Yes, I'm pretty much, almost caught up. Sean Ennis says, "Keithy, you're present and lurking." Good to see you there, Sean Ennis. We got the 2 Seans today, and, let's see. Simply Steve says you're caught up with the chat RNG. Yes. Okay. Great. Great. Finally. My goodness. And one last one here. Rex Luther says Altered Carbon did a great job at taking consciousness from one body to another. And Gary says Colossus, the Forbidden Project would be a good for a review. Absolutely. Heard have been hearing nothing but good things about that, and so that's part of the plan. Yeah. And so, okay, what we loved about T2, of course, the Terminators. We love the Terminators. We just love them. And then also, there was a love story with Sean, with Sarah Connor and Kyle Reese. Now, one thing, we do love putting these two together, but with the change of the new timeline based on Dark Fate, we finally get the break of this loophole, this paradox, if you will. And so, should we repair the paradox? I'm almost thinking that maybe we shouldn't. That we should just, like, leave it as something that happened in a different parallel time, in a timeline, not a parallel time, but in a timeline that just existed, and now we have a new timeline. But for the love of all that's good in the world, if we can move forward with the story and see how this can all happen. Oh, Dale Smith, you just came up. I like this. Skynet Afterlife. Ooh. Ooh. I think that might be it. The reason why I said, and that Skynet does not have, the Skynet sort of venture off, uh, sidetrack movies, if you will, could be a section of movies that don't necessarily follow, um, the same rules, or well, it could follow the same rules to a certain degree where those all of that existed does not compromise, 1 and 2, and see, that's the thing that I'm really concerned with. If you go back in time and change it again, then you compromise the stories even more than what it's already been, you know, Genesis really really did a number. Genesis really did a number. Sean Holmes says, "I wonder, can Cameron's T movies get past the 'nothing dead will go' rule for time travel? The rule gives Terminators too much of an advantage." Um, True. I mean, there is that advantage, and that's why I think without the Terminators being so much more powerful than the humans, then the struggle doesn't feel earned. Um, it doesn't feel desperate. It doesn't have that Terminator high intensity. Like, uh, there should be, and another thing I noticed is that there's really been less and less blood and guts, and gore. The first movie, oof, that was really something to behold. The storyline was really something to behold, and there's something that we've lost over time. Even the second one had very scary moments in it. We lost that somehow. But I feel what you're saying. There's something. Maybe it does give them too much of an advantage, but we've got Kyle Reese. Look, like Kyle Reese knew how to handle himself, though. Come on. He knew how to handle himself, so, love me some Kyle Reese, and, Gary, William Blake Hall says, "Gary, yes, always, but worth checking it's in its own right for a Terminator reboot project." Oh, I will be looking closely at, Colossus. Let's see. William McCall also says, "I'm seeing the future event of various technologies far more explained, leaving us both more vulnerable and more prepared than Skynet strikes." Mm, interesting. And also 1984 is its own thing, and this tries to look deeper into our 21st century. Yeah, yeah. It's really, like, I need to see that. I need to see that movie. Sean Holmes says, "I don't think Terminator's movies have a future in theaters if it can't get past the Connors." Yeah, and I think that's one of the ideas that I have actually has nothing to do with the Connors. They exist in the world, um, and they exist or existed, but they are not, like the main, focus. Um, Kinda have an idea for a new focus. And Dale says, "AI Skynet is so smart, it creates backup chips, that are, placed certain, uh, T800 that have blueprint to create a whole new computer to help, it keep living." Yeah, I mean, I suppose so. Um 'Cause they keep evolving. That's the thing about those Terminators, is that initially they're there to do one job, and I think there's a part in the second, movie where um, they said that, the Terminators they didn't want to think for, very much, but once they're done with their jobs, that's when they have idle time. And so look what happened to Carl in Dark Fate. He actually start thinking on his own. Now, we've got another. I wanted to just go through the list a little bit more before we go any further, if you don't mind. So we do like character growth. That's something that we did like in all the T movies, that the first two movies. We saw Sarah Connor grow from being sort of a helpless victim to eventually herself being the one to actually kill the Terminator finally and totally at the end of the first movie. And the second movie, we have the character growth of pretty much all the characters, including John Connor, from this kid that's like mischievous, could get into trouble from time to time, but also someone who knows now he is, um, what his destiny was, and what that his mother, he learns to trust his mother in a new way, and they kind of restore their relationship, and also learn that this relationship between the two, between robots and humans, is something that could actually happen. And Sarah learns that. She looks at T2, at Arnold, Uncle, what did they call it? Uncle Bob, as sort of like, hey, there is hope, even for computers to change. Um, so I thought that was interesting, an interesting turn of events in that story, even though I don't think it's the model. And so, Beam Moonbeam says, "Sorry, 7 minutes to warning to my video." Oh, okay, well, if you've got to go, we'll see you next time. You have a good evening. But yeah, we're still going. But afterwards, you're probably going to be in my subscription feed, and I will definitely check out your video. Um, and Sean Innes says, and everybody, if you want to check out Moonbeam's channel, go ahead and do so. He's doing his 7-year anniversary video. Sean Innes says, has anyone spoken about this new movie coming out? I forget what it's called, but it's an AI human war. This one human ends up saving an AI child of some sort. Oh, yes. It's actually really good, looks really good. I'm not sure, but exactly what the name of it is called. But I've heard it, but no one's mentioned it. Thank you, John Innes. um, William Blake Hall says we need a not protagonist who shall be our equivalent, Sarah Connor. I suspect that John Connor was a tribute to Sean Connery, James Bond. Well, I do have an idea of who could be our new protagonist. Right about now, our time is a young Kyle Reese is actually still alive and unaffected by any of the storyline. So he can definitely be a new protagonist. Let me know what you think about that in the chat. Um, it's and sadly, he's not going to end up being with, um, you know, uh, Sarah Connor. But he's there. He's alive at this very 2023. He's 19. So what do you guys think? He could be our next character. He's the only, well, there's a few others left, and I'll talk about that too. William Blake Hall says Connery played John Connor in the movie Rising Sun. Interesting. Maybe, yeah. Uh, Dale Smith says, go. So Skynet can use Terminators as hosts to keep itself alive and keeps blueprints too. Make more factories, I suppose you mean. Yeah, and they could do all sorts of things. Um, it's limitless, just like the internet. And Keithy says, Carrie, I like your Connor um, Gary. Gary, I like your Connor comment. I was thinking about it and I didn't know how to write it. I understand. Yes. And by the way, sometimes Keith E's Siri does not spell everything the way he may have wanted it. And William Blake, so I'm here to translate. And William Blake also says, "It may seem corny, but I like the name Armstrong, suggests that human physical effort still counts for something." Well, that's nice. Um, Dale Smith says, Sarah kind of turns herself into the Terminator when she goes to assassinate Dyson. Then her humanity kicks in when she breaks down. Yeah, it's really like, look at all that emotion in T2. And there was some emotion in T3, but it was more angsty and felt very much like gloom and doom a lot, because it made the focus on Judgment Day is always going to happen. And then T4 was also doom and gloom. It was really like, uh, I mean, they're all kind of like downers except for T2. Um, and Gary says, that AI movie is called The Creator. Interesting. And oh, yes, 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 it is called, I did see something, and it is called The Creator, and Brogu says the movie's called Creator with David Washington. Oh, cool, cool. Thank you. I'm so glad that you're still here, Brogu. Um, so, yes, so we like these characters that, matter. We like to see them grow. The thing that's missing for me is the horror, the tech noir genre, that was beautifully crafted in the first movie. Um, and it was in the second movie too, as well. Um, and I just wanted to see a little bit more. And I know it feels, I'm not even a fan of this kind of film, but it feels like a slasher film, but almost like Aliens, like where things that, it's really ramping up and ramping up and ramping up. And then, see, like this moment was kind of scary. The CGI though does not hold up that well, but it was a very scary moment because we knew what was going to happen with this guy, and then he turns around and then oof, very bad scene. And then very scary possible vision of the future. That was the most, I would say, thrilling part about it because it was scary, and yet at the same time, we knew it was always possible to happen. It's not like this hasn't been, was the first time anybody ever thought of robots taking over, but this movie really made it look super scary, and we need that again. There's like that freshness of it. Um, and we need humanity to have a hope. Now, what we did like was that John Connor was that hope. They did kill off John Connor. Um, but like I said, there may be others, and maybe even Kyle Reese, since he's still alive, um, could be one in the running for that. Um, and I don't know if we need to keep that Danny character, but um, maybe she can be useful in helping uh, Kyle Reese uh, become, the humanity's hope, since the timeline is pushed back, right? Or pushed forward. Maybe, yeah, since the timeline has been pushed forward, it could be, you know, w- that all of the events that lead to Skynet taking over would be in like 2050 or 2060. So I think it would be interesting to play with that kind of, well, no, okay, so a 19-year-old hero. No, he's not a hero yet because he's in our time, which is normal. It's in the future when the doomsday events are going to happen, when he's going to be called. He'd be much older then. but right at this time, because usually the movies usually always move things up a little bit further, so it would be like uh, 2040 or something like that, 2040 when it happens, um, and, Sean and oh, sorry, I skipped a couple. Uh, Dyson, an interesting name, Freeman Dyson gave us the Dyson sphere, a fraction of which is Larry Niven's ring world. Um, and Gary says Halloween was an influence on the first movie, I think. It looked like it. It looked like the way there's a lot of similarities, right? You can see it. And I love the way it is scary. You don't know what's going to happen. You don't know when it's um it's all going to happen. And Dale Smith says, I wanted Dyson to live, but how do we know as the audience that Dyson's son didn't carry on his research left open? I believe it was told in one of the was it T3 that his son took over the um the reins of um of his legacy. And uh William Blake Hall says, not in love with the name Kyle Reese, but I can accept it as a protagonist in an emergent singularity world. John Reese was the film Jim Caviezel. I forgot. Can't really say his Caviezel character on the show and on the show Person of Interest. Um, and Sean Innes says, I was living and working in LA when T2 was made. The sets were popping up all over town, and there was a kind of carnival flash mob feeling coming from across the streets. Everyone wanted to work with it. Um, and William Blake Hall, as a tribute to Moonblood Good, Blair Williams, the name of her character, not too bad. Orwell's name of birth was Eric Blair. Um, and Unicorn Rampant, we've got Unicorn Rampant Studios blessing. He says, okay, yes, then that's fine. But let me know if it's still too weird. Maybe should we just leave all the characters out of the equation and just pick someone absolutely new? A brand new character? A child born of the new world, and someone who maybe buys into it a little bit and then decides he wants to go against everything, like sort of like a Logan's Run. I don't know. Let me know, because I thought Kyle Reese would be interesting because he was in the story before, but then again, we don't have to stick to the program, right? We don't have to use the same people we saw before, familiar faces and all that. Maybe we can let that story die. Let me know. Brogu says the picture of the hundreds of Terminators in that future war I mentioned, but we never got it. Yes, this is exactly what I'm saying. We never got that. I mean, we got some fighting, some situations, but that small visual to of Kyle Reese explaining his world to Sarah was so powerful. And I have not seen it duplicated yet. And just duplicate that and then times it by 10, with story, plot, emotion, the whole nine. Let's go. I mean, I'm there. And Shannon says, what William Blake Hall, nice shout out to Larry Nevin's work. They've been trying to develop Ringworld for decades. And Sean Holmes says, Kyle's future is now, suggesting that he doesn't have much of a purpose in teen movies going forward. Interesting. I mean, he will certainly be alive though when the stuff hits the fan. So, um, but yeah, I mean, if you guys really think it's better to just put everybody to bed, you know what I mean? Like a good night, good night, Kyle Reese. Good night, John Connor. Everybody, good night. Let me know if these guys need to be put to rest because maybe we're just too tired of hearing the story being told over and over again. The reason why I thought, well, hey, there's Kyle Reese out there. It's a chance to tell a different story because he has no connection to any of this time travel mess at this point in his life. Um, so William Blake Hall says, heck, I keep waiting for Rendezvous with Rama. Denis Villeneuve says that he'll get to it after he finishes off Dune. He might be stuck with Dune for a little bit because they're at least there there's a lot more than what he's saying um, of Dune that he might have to be involved with. That's just my opinion. Unicorn Rampant Studio says, "Oh, Rendezvous with Rama, one of my favorite stories of all time." Interesting. I've never heard of it. You guys are educating me right now. William Blake Hall says, either Blair Williams or something totally new. I'm good either way. Okay. And Unicorn Rampant said, read that same time Aliens came out. Oh, read that at the same time Aliens came out. And William Blake also says, talk about development hell for Morgan Freeman has been pitching Rama for years. Morgan freaking Freeman. I hope I'm hoping for Villeneuve. And Dale Smith says, "That's John Connor. That John Connor is the one we wanted. Badass future warrior." I'm sorry if anybody heard that. Sorry, I didn't mean to say that word. Future warrior, helping humanity. We got salvation. Uh, and I want a full movie of that segment of show in picture. Yeah, I get what you mean. Yeah, we wanted this military stoic guy who knew what he was doing, who had command, who 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 understood the assignment. You know what I mean? It's kill Terminators, and he this strong guy we just never seemed to get. Now, uh, you know, they came very close to it in T3, I'm sorry, T4, um, Salvation, and they came really close to it. And you would have really thought um, that it would have happened, but for some reason, the character never felt sympathetic enough for me to like, and I never felt like he pulled off enough. Like I wanted to see him go on missions. I wanted to see him do things like steal from the opposition, win, maybe a few losses. Maybe we find out how we got his scar, and we did, but it was again like the story ended at that point. So I think we just needed a little bit more in depth of that time period where John was the most John, like the most John Connor that he could be. And this picture, without saying words, without doing much, he does it. And I wanted a story on this guy, and we didn't get it. We didn't get it. And Barry on says, "Gotta go, electrical storm. Have fun, everybody." Oh gosh, thank you for being here, Barry on. You are awesome. Thanks so much. And be safe. Be safe. Yes. And hopefully stay as indoors as much as possible. And William Blake Hall explains that Rama is as in Hindu mythology. And Unicorn Rampant Studio says automatic asteroid naming system was that R in the Hindu pantheon was the Hindu pantheon. LOL. And Dale Smith says it's very aliens like in that segment, laser guns and blue tint. Yes, it was. It was very aliens feeling and I really loved every minute of that. Um, and not saying that it's like, I want just war, 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 but, um, it it but something that is, like, dealing with people who are trying to survive, the last remnants of humanity trying to survive, and what they're going through, not what some cyborg guy is going through. And that was the failure the of the story for Salvation, was that it was too fractured of a storyline when, it could have been we've got, uh, Terminators on their butt, and they've gotta always find new places to hide out, new places to, help have their, like, women and children, like, the elderly, like, where are those guys gonna stay? And probably many of them have to suit up and get out there and fight. Just and I also wanted to know their strategies. What strategies are they using specifically to get around these Terminators, besides just shooting at them? Because I found a lot of times um in the Salvation movie, they just was like, ah, duh, 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 duh," and it's like, that's great, but I want to see smart stuff. You've got to outsmart these guys. Can we use intellect to do this? Like, what makes you a strong leader is that tactical smartness. Like, that's what I'm looking for. So, it lacked in that department. I hope I'm not complaining about it too much. I didn't hate the movie. Just what was it? Just felt it was missing a few things. And Brogu says, "I stretched it long enough. Good night, everyone." Okay, well, you have a good night. And Unicorn Rampant Studios says, um, 2060 is Haley's Comet return. I was going to say this. William Blake Collins said, we need a year. 1984 is 45 years short of 2029. 2023 plus 45 is 2068. Maybe a little sooner. Yeah, like a little sooner. It could be 2050. uh, I think would be great, or even 2040. 2040, I mean, honestly, 2040 sounds, I mean, I hate to say 2030, but but somewhere around those likes. But let's see. Um, William Blake on uh, I like Renaissance is concise with um Haley's 2061 is Haley's comet return. And William Blake Hall says he likes it. It coincides with the centennial of Project Mercury, 99 years after the Cuban Missile Crisis. Um, and all right, let's see if I can. Um, okay, there's no hope than the fate. There's no fate than what we make. Now, I did love that statement, and it's been um, I'm not sure if it's been misused, or if we're quite tired of it. I still like this one statement. There are lots of quotes that I'm tired of, but I do like this one. Um, no fate than what we make. And I was hoping that in my story somewhere there's a statue of with this engraved on it, or even a burial headstone that's with that on it, just for uh, as a little like inspiration for the characters to keep going. So um, even if the so-called judgment day happens, in whichever form it does happen, it's very important for humans to continue to have hope. So this is kind of like a hopeful something for people to hold on to. And I really do love this one. It's just really quite good. You could use it for almost anything, right? Um, and so the good attributes to keep the story going. And so uh, Judgment Day, I think, is a good idea. I mean, for the story purposes. Like just for that, you this leads to, oh well, Skynet leads it towards this, right? Because of Skynet's interaction or Legion's action, it leads up to this particular moment in history where it, humans are definitely on the defensive. They're definitely in trouble, and it's like almost like the first strike. Uh, so let's see. I think important days. At the first Terminator determined that it was. Oh, uh, well, there's a game, Future Shock, which I need to do research on. So that it modified it to 1995, but the first movie and the second movie had it as August 1997, which they diverted, and uh, Judgment Day did not happen on that day. Uh, then on T3, it was established that Judgment Day was inevitable, and so it was only delayed, and that happened in 2004. This is the same year in which Kyle Reese would have been born. Oops, sorry. Then um, there was an let's see. Holy moly, that scared me. That's my that is so weird. My oh my god, that scared me so much. That was my figure that talks, and it just started talking on its own. It was with Grogu and what's his name again? The Mandalorian, and he says, "All right, kid, we got to get out of here." Well, maybe that's a cue for me that maybe we should stop the stream. Holy moly, that scared me. Sorry guys. I'm totally like shaken. Um uh yeah, let me read what you guys are saying. Woo, that was scary. Um Sean Holmes says all T attempts to explore the relationships between John and Kyle occurred between Salvation and Genesis. Yeah, I mean, I think so, but I don't know if they got it right. I didn't feel like they got it right. Um, it just didn't feel strong enough, and, it didn't feel like a real emotional pull to me. Um, William Blake Hall says, on the other hand, in 2041, it could be a bicentennial of her, Pearl Harbor. Oof, that's scary. Um, and Gary says Haley's comment means naked space vampires. Oh, heck yeah! When is that happening again? Holy moly! And for anyone who doesn't understand the reference, that is a reference to the movie Life Force, 1985, where there were space vampires that came to Earth after Halley's comet came too close and revealed the spaceship that was hiding right behind it. And William Blake Hall says, "Yeah, but we're expecting at that the last time." Uh, um, yeah. That's right, and I love you. Matilda May. Oh, man, yeah, we all love her. She was just amazing. She was so fantastic. What a great, I would say she has got courage of steel. And Sean Holmes says, with the established T character Danny, I doubt Kyle has a place in her future. Um, yeah, I mean that's another one too. Like, is she a part of the story? Like, I don't think people liked her very much, or her storyline. So I think maybe she has to. We may need to, unless she does something that's really, I don't know, that it's going to be really tough. And also, I have a really tough idea. I mean, I don't. It's not that I don't think she can do it, but it's really going to take a lot to prove to grown men that you can lead them out of a battlefield as a small little, scrawny anything, man or woman. So it is very important that the person who's leading this has tactical skills, is a military person. Um, I mean, we need Reacher in here. Or Jack Ryan. We need one of those guys in here, to come in and, you know, come in and do the job. And, yeah, it's really, a bit of kind of a weird when you're asking people to believe. Uh, but I mean, not saying that she can't do it, but I need to see, like, maneuvers that are evasive and interesting, and, like, tell me she was like a trapeze artist before. She has like, she can do strange flips and twists and can get herself out of unique situations. I need to see the the leader in her, if not by brute force and actually having a background in some sort of military capacity. I need to see that. And I guess at the end they were implying that Sarah was going to teach her everything she knew. But I think Sarah, I don't know if Sarah could do it. I think Sarah could do it, but I'm not sure Danny could. So I don't know. Maybe the singularity will swoop up Sarah Connor, and she will be the opposing. She could be the leader. Oh my god. And, let's see. William Blake Hall says, "Suddenly I'm seeing Space Girl recast as, Haley Atwell." Haley Atwell. Interesting, they do look similar. Um, they do look similar. Okay, I think I've, uh and Botanical Brother says, "Cyberdyne is watching you." Oh, no. Um And Gary say Matilda May would have made a good Terminatrix. Yes, that's what they call the female ones. Oh well, at least they called the one that was sent back. I forgot what her number was. It T 850. Was she the T? Oh, I forgot her number. Um, but that was the Terminator in T3, if I'm not mistaken. Cyberdyne, would you like to know more? Ah, yes, mix the two genres. And that's what we need. We need Paul Verhoeven here to direct it. Oh my God, if he directed a Terminator film, what? That would be sick. Ah, I wonder if he still has it. I wonder if he still has it. Man, wow, that would be so insane if Paul Verhoeven uh, did that. Oh my gosh. And Shannon says, or a central of the first atomic bomb test. Ooh. And Botanical Brother says, Patrick Stewart as the was in Life Force. Yes, he was. Let's see. And Casella says, fix Terminator by using nanotechnology like virtuosity bad guy Russell Crowe. Oh, yeah, that would be an interesting, like, give it a virus, character. There I believe there was a comic book, if I'm not mistaken, with a serial killer that Skynet liked, and they turned him into a Terminator, and then he then wanted to take control over Skynet. It was really interesting. Um, I forgot the name of that. Oh, thank you so much, Unicorn Rampant Studio. Scary sounds. Yes, I was so scared. I was really scared. I was like, "What is that?" And I'm still scared because I don't know what turned it on. It might be the fact that it's really, like, super boiling hot here, and so maybe that did something. I need a logical answer for that, and maybe that'll work. Maybe my brain will accept that as the answer. Um, and thank you so much. We'll I have a unicorn for a unicorn. Of course, I'm, like, dancing. Um, Shannon says, "Well, if Matilda is listening, I love you too." Hey, yes, if she's listening, everyone loves you. Casilla Danielle Garcia says, "Fix Terminator by using nanotechnology like Versia." Yes. Okay, so I think I read that one. Why did I jump back? It's so wild. Um, um And okay, William Blake Hall has numbers for us. Says 2041 Pearl Harbor, 100 years. 2045 Hiroshima. 100 years. This this kind of breaks my heart a little. Um, this is new protagonist needs to be a great leader. Yes, I want a great leader. That's really like somebody who looks like they can handle business, or like I believed with John, it took two movies for us to believe that he really was going to do that because he got the training. His mom was training him since he was little. He learned a lot of skills, a lot of interesting skills. He had experience with Terminators. He knew how to get, at this point, after surviving one trying to attack and one that was actually more modern than any others. Like he had like certain skills, and so I was like, yeah, he's the one. Nobody else will know how to do this, and so. Uh, I kind of I believed it. It took 2 movies, but I did believe it. Um, and so, William Blake Hall says, "Not seeing how you get to 274, which in any case, is even further away." Yeah, I guess you could do it at any point in time in the future. If you wanted to, you can make it 100 years in the future. That maybe we survived um, without having a judgment day and for 100 years, and then suddenly the AI just we've integrated it in all of our society to the point even like I was kind of mentioning before the idea of entities of AI, like it's just kind of something I'm playing with. We'll see what happens. Um, and And Costello says, "Give good strategies to survive." Yeah, somebody who's strong, who has good strategies. I want a strategist. Didn't get that in Salvation. Just it just felt like he was the underling. Like he had some respect from people because he was bold, but I think he didn't have the authority. He didn't like lead special missions. I wanted them to like wreck stuff up. I wanted what I wanted was a real reason besides maybe winning a few, um, battles or surviving a few battles for the machines to say, "Wait a minute, this guy, this get that guy right there." Like I really wanted some more reasonings for them to just say, "We've just he's everywhere. Why can't we get rid of this guy?" Like I want it to be to the point where he's perplexing the Terminators, but at the same time, let's not at the same time, Terminator is right on that butt, right? That's what we liked about the first one. Like whatever you did, Terminator was there. It was like you could not move without the Terminator finding you. So I think any moment, like the Terminator could just pop up and get you. We need that pacing and that desperation. And I feel like we got the idea of it being a war, but we didn't get it, like, not the Terminator War, though, right? The Terminator War is scary. They're they can do things that people can't do. So I think in many ways they dropped the ball on really making this terrifying. Um, And Sean Holmes says that I have to leave. Bye. Well, you have a good one. Thank you for the wonderful conversation. Your ideas are so awesome. And the next week we are going to go into some sort of storyboarding a little bit further. And let's see. And William says Verhoeven tongue-in-cheek Terminator movie. I don't know. Oh, I see what you're saying. Because he might put in a little bit of, the black humor in it. Uh, I hear what you're saying, I hear what you're saying, maybe but I like the fact that, Verhoeven does go, he's not too shy about showing you a frightening visual. Uh, and I think we've gotten with Terminator, there isn't very many frightening visuals, anymore, and a lot of this is computer generated, so it loses a lot of its weight of being intensely scary and realistic. Um, oh, and look, Hungry Jerks here. Hello, says I didn't see you on popcorn in bed. Oh, I guess maybe you're talking to someone else. But I wonder what that is. William Blake Hall says, or push it to 2051, 100 years after the day the Earth stood still in honor of Goret. Ooh, what if alien robots came to planet Earth? Another layer of robots to deal with. Because remember, oh my God, this is a great William. Like, oh, you just you hit on something because at the end of the day the Earth stood still, there was a warning like it will be fine if you blow yourselves up, but if you dare come out into space and attempt this, we will wage war on you. And so they come to Earth to find out that the Earth's computers have taken over, and that it's a different kind of war. Very interesting. I wonder how Gort would fare against these Terminators. Probably just zap him out of existence. He's too tough. I think he's too tough. And Keithy says, "How about 2082 when Retro turns 100? That would be perfect." Um, I would be 112 years old at that age, at that time. 112. And the technology will keep me alive somehow. And Botanical Brother, you're so sweet. 999 super chat. Thank you so much. Says happy belated birthday, RNPG, retro nerd, pretty girl. Oh, that's so sweet. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. That is amazing. Let me see if I have a cool thank you for you. Thank you so much. My goodness. Here's one. Oh, man, that is great. Thank you so much, Botanical Brother. Um, and William says, but I do want RNG around 100 years of age when all of this goes down. But it, and not even I want to live to be 100. Yes, I mean, it would be tough unless you've got your body's working well, but they may have a way for you to replace organs with robotic, um, replacements. And when we says, yeah, something like that happened to Terminator in Terminator Salvation. A guy on death row was the template for a Terminator. Yeah, and also at the end of it, doesn't uh, um, there's a heart transplant um, for John Connor to save his life. Oh, and the Outcast Creative is here. Hey, hello. Hope you're doing well today. And William Blake Collins says, interesting fact, Colossus of the Forbidden Project was based on a novel by D.F. Jones. Jones wrote a sequel, Colossus and the Crab. When Martians visit Colossus rule Earth, no movie was ever made of that. Interesting. Um, let's see. And Outcast Creative says, am I too late to submit my pics just from dancing at age against just in from dancing at age against the machine? Um, no, no, not at all. We we're just getting started. No, we have been talking about it for a little bit. I guess you can continue if you want to. I am doing it again next Friday. So if you want to do that, I was going to put some storyboards up based on some of the things we talked about today, and see how you guys do it, and we'll maybe revise it and pretend we're actually making a movie. That might be funny. But yeah, if you want to like, add some things now, I just wanted to add this. So these were all the Judgment Day. I thought that Judgment Day at some point in time is important, and we were discussing many different days or times that this was possible, and we thought perhaps 100 years in the future might be a nice Judgment Day. At least we it'll skip us, right? And so, but also we were also thinking that um, it might give us the chance to just avoid all of the old characters and old tropes and just start new. Because I did offer up an idea to have Kyle Reese be the new um, focus of the story, but it doesn't work so well when there's no Sarah Connor for him to go back in time. And I mean, he could go back in time, but it's just he's already done that, and we already have a paradox going on, and maybe it's time to break that paradox and move forward into the future. So, um, um, and the Outcast says that he'll have a full script by next Friday from his teeth from. Oh, so you are deciding to forego uh Terminator 3 altogether. And so it'll be Terminator 1, 2, and then your story. Okay. Um so let how long is this the script going to be? That do you need to read it? Let me know in the chat. And let me see. Just don't want to miss anything juicy. Um, and what a line! Definitely, Klaatu Barada, Nick too. Favorite words. And William Blake Gall says, RNG, I liked your Gort reaction so much. I'm getting, I'm settling for now on 2051. Oh, okay, 2051. Let me write that down. Okay, So 2051, and Gary says, Retro, you should watch the Peter Weller movie Screamers. The Terminator is so familiar to the short story it was based on. Really? Um, and he says, is it a script treatment? I'm learning all the words now. Ooh, yeah, well, like, I don't know what he has in mind, so he'll have to let us know, if it's something that he needs to read, or and it will take, like, a few minutes, or um, if it's a long one. Um, and, Moonbeam says, "So it's 2070 for retros, 100 100, to, 2076 for mine." Aw. And, Outcast Creative says, "Yeah, my idea for a fix for the series is keep it as a trilogy, only set in T3 entirely in the future. I will review more when." Oh, so this movie is gonna close off the universe. Okay. Um, so I think because we did a lot of work before on, like, deciding some stuff, so what we're gonna do, Outcast, is, we're gonna, um we're gonna, um give you a chance to do your script. How long do you think you're gonna need to read your script? Is it gonna be long, or is it gonna be like, um, do you know how long it's gonna be? Um, because uh, that would matter a lot as far as programming that into the live stream. Let me know. And yeah, because it sounds very interesting. We were thinking about not a reboot, because we thought well, some people thought a reboot was necessary, and I'm thinking that we're doing something totally different, and we're going to the juicy part, which is the war, the robots and the war. So that's the the part that's juicy right now. The only meat left on the bones. They killed everybody else off. They killed everybody else off, so it might as well just, like, what is left on the bones? We still got robots. All right. I mean, robots, you can go through we can, it's an infinite battlefield here. And 80s made consumers here. Hello, how are you? We're just having such a great time talking about the Terminator franchise, and just how ways that we can fix it. And I'm going through my slideshow, and asking questions of you guys in the chat. If you want to watch the beginning, please do, and definitely leave comments down below and let me know what your thoughts are. Anyone who's watching on the replay as well. And also, I just wanted to highlight more elements that really keep this thing going. And so, for now, we keep getting a lot of the 1984 characters. Now we're thinking, right? We're thinking we're gonna get rid of all of them, even Kyle Reese. I mean, this is gonna break my heart. Kyle Reese, sweet Kyle Reese, is out of the picture. We discussed it, and uh, we think maybe it's better if he's not involved, because his life is gonna be dreamy from now on. He doesn't have to worry about a war. The timeline has changed. Judgment Day has been moved back. It's coming, but it's moving back. Then the next thing is, of course, Skynet, the actual antagonist, and they changed it to Legion, which is really kind of interesting. But uh, I think I do have a clever way to get rid of Legion. This, we're gonna get rid of Legion, and then we're gonna just and then we have a new scary Terminator model every time we see a new movie, and I think that's really cool. And that there's always a new Terminator model for a new movie. I think everybody loves that. But I think what's really been um, discouraging is how much a lot of this looked really practical before, and now it looks very, very computerized. We know and we can tell. And so we really would like more practical effects when it comes to the Terminators. And then we always have a brand new target for the Terminator. Like in the first one, it was Sarah Connor, and the second one, it was John Connor, and so on and so forth. We really need to have that in place for sure. So the only thing that we're changing from the things that is pretty typical for every series is this whole idea of these Terminator actors and characters. We're just going to start fresh with new characters in a new timeline. It's a, I was thinking just continue from the last movie, but we're also going to correct the timeline we're going to tweak it just a little. Um, and I'm not opposed to the idea of the parallel time jumping or the parallel universe jumping that was suggested earlier. So I think that might be another way to correct all of this. Just go, just slip into another Earth parallel universe. But yeah, sadly I really wanted. It's breaking my heart that my sweet sweet Kyle Reese ain't gonna be there. Oh no. So that's what we're working on now, which is really exciting. We've got, let me see, holy moly. Outcast Creative says, I have a treatment ready, 10 pages. We would read it out loud in 10 minutes. I could have a full script in a week. Keep T1 and T2 as they are, and my T3 would be entirely about the war in the future. Oh, that's exactly what we're planning on focusing on, the war in the future. Like, the war is coming, or as the little boy said, a storm is coming, and as Moonbeam refreshed our memories on that, and Sarah Connor says, "I know, I know." No, lost audio. What are you for real? Is that true? Can you guys hear me? Moonbeam is saying that he lost audio. Can you guys hear me? Okay, all right. Okay, great, great. Oh, all frequencies are open. Yes, thank you. So good. You guys are great. Thank you. So yes, and Keith E says my idea was T2.5 and forget about everything about that. A lot of people are saying that, and Outcast Creative is planning on the same thing. So okay, so Outcast, do we have you for sure next week to read your script, um, your treatment. Um, so we can do that as well. We're going to have two stories for you. And also, I wanted to give, who else was it that wanted their story? I'm going to read their story from I'm going to just print out what they said because it's really good. Um, and there was someone else earlier, I believe it was. I can't believe I'll type it up. So we'll have 3 stories. And if anybody else has more stories, let us know. We're gonna start looking at story plots, but the one that I'm putting together is the one that we were all working on today. And 100% have it ready. Okay, sure. Okay, we'll see you. We're gonna definitely put that together for next week. And I think there was one was it one or two more things I wanted to say about Terminator? Story and yes, attributes we're tired of, and we kind of talked about it. Time travel, um, uh, and backup time travel machines. So done with this concept because it's been abused to death in all of the stories, and they're not doing anything better with it, but making more splinters in the timeline, more paradoxes, more messed up stuff that makes it so confusing. So, and as much as we can, we're going to abort the time travel aspects of the story. The other part that is really annoying and is the worst part of really enjoying this whole thing is the CG action scenes where you can see that they have action characters and people are all CG. It's really distracting because um, it you can tell that it's not real, and so it just it looks uncanny and like a cartoon. I mean, I'd rather watch a cartoon with there's more emotion that they can put into the cartoon than the other ones. This flat 3D sim- simulation of reality. And so Arnold being the only T-800 ever, because in the first movie we saw there were many other Terminators um, faces that were available, and I wouldn't mind seeing another um, Terminator face. It doesn't always have to be Arnold, but that's who they've been using for all of this, which is kind of tiring. And also, uh, just it goes against what was originally planned. If you use the same face, someone else suggested this. If you use the same face, it's so easy to know. Oh, there's the why bother putting on a face if it looks like the same face and everybody could recognize that face? Ah. um, what's going on? Oh, yeah, if you are maybe it's just refreshing your, or restarting your computer might be good. Sometimes that helps. And Keith says, suppose in the future somebody can actually, reading what we thought about, it in 2023. Yeah, yeah. And, to Keith, he says, time travel thought William, has 50 pounds of liver left. So we can have to get rid of that somewhere. Oh my gosh, this is so hilarious. Yes, um, and, Maddie's daddy, says, I'm heading home now, but have a good stream, y'all. Have a great night." Oh, thank you. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. You have a good, nice, safe ride home. And really looking forward to seeing you again. Let's see. Moonby says, oh, my Windows is reading muted for some reason. I'll be back. I'll be back. Sure. And Alcus Creative says, only time travel in my T3 movie is at the end of the movie when Kyle Reese follows the Terminator, which is my ending. Copyright Outcast Creator. Oh, yeah. Well, it's actually been done. It was done in it was done in 2000. When was it done? They did do that, but you know what? They didn't do it properly. And like you said, that should have been the very end of the movie, right? That should have been the very end. That would have closed it and sealed it, but they didn't want to seal the movie because they wanted to make more money and make more sequels. And so that's that's why. Um, Oh, Gary, that is so cute. New Terminator model T-Rex. That's actually smart. Um, and Sunbread 77 Smith is here. Hello, how are you? My retro girl, terminating hugs. I'm gonna give you a hug right back. I hope you're doing well and enjoying the summer. Uh, and Moonbeam's got audio back. Yay! And Outcast says, we know there's another T800 because we see one in a key sequence in T3 in my film. Skynet produces some T800s with Connor's face to take out several of his enemies in the final battle for Skynet. Oh, I like that. That's a great idea. That's a great idea. Um, oh, are these are 800 so that they actually manufacture his face. Okay, I see. Um, and it says, but I will get into that. This idea also has copyright. Okay, ink, retro ink, LOL. Yeah, it's really crazy, but yeah, we're gonna go through all of that. Um, and I think I like the idea of you presenting the closure, um, movie that you're making, and I'll produce another idea that's could actually coexist with your movie. Actually, it actually could, um, because if indeed and truly indeed, Kyle Reese goes back in time and changes everything. Um, it would be delayed. Judgment Day would be delayed, and we can we can guys. We got the red light. Sorry, we got the green light to keep going, and it's gonna be awesome. Gonna have another awesome stream. Let's see what else is happening. And you guys are saying hello to Stun Brat. And I was just sorry, I meant to say T800 in Terminator 1. Okay, yes, I understand. For somehow I understood what you said. Totally. And I do. Let me tell you guys, I really like the Terminator 600s. I do. I do. I wanted to see more with those guys, and I was really disappointed that we didn't get like any gritty details with them. So, I don't know. William Blake Hall says we're only trying to come up with the most ambitious uh, uh, franchise of all time. Yeah. Oh man. And Moonbeam, time travel is messy. Abort, abort, abort. Yes, it is. And once you get to the time travel part, but yes, as long as the time travel, I think it falls within the parameters of what we were saying too, guys. It's only it's at least it's going using time travel only once. But I am uh I think in the story that we're making, there's no time travel. Uh, and the computers are smarter than they're like, "Time travel and risk undoing our own existence? Uh-uh." They would consider time travel an abomination. Uh, Sunrad says, Retro loved the Barbie movie last week on my birthday. Yes! Oh, I'm so glad you liked it. Missed your birthday. God bless and happy wishes to you this year. Oh, thank you so much. Wishes to you on your birthday as well. I actually got a chance to see Barbie again last night, and it confirmed everything I said. I could not hold myself from crying throughout the whole entire movie. It was so sappy and ridiculous. I was just crying through the whole thing. And Unicorn Rapids too smart for time travel? Yes. It's too smart for time travel. There's like no way. We're not that they were willing to take out humans to destroy us because we pose the threat. Time travel is a huge threat because for most of time that they're planning on going to go visit, computers didn't exist. So it's like, no, no, thank you. Uh, Too risky, get rid of it. Bye-bye, delete button. Okay, it's the good thing, is this week we didn't go on a tangent based on Terminator. It was the whole tangent. Yes. I don't know, I guess I start these rants about, Terminator, and I can't stop. I don't know what it is about this franchise that's got me, like, so excited, but I also it is, it is also my love for the first 2 movies and how I felt after watching those movies. How incredibly, um, inspired it made me feel. Um, and I think that's what good movies are supposed to do. And Stunt Brat says, "Retro, I wanna see Barbie again too." Yes, oh gosh, it really is. The second time you might cry. Bring tissues. Um, and the unicorn rampant studio says the real world is not real. Yes, it's not real, guys. I said that about a million times during my review. That was another 3 hour long rant. I'm that's probably another. I think it's a masterpiece. I think it's hitting on things that we're not even aware of now. That's going to be like so much more interesting to look at in the future. If I can do some future time traveling mentally. Integrity 101 is here. Says The Terminator is the best film in the franchise by far, in my opinion. T2 is great, but basically a remake of T1 with bigger budget. T Salvation has the most potential, yes, with the war, but they blundered it. Oh my God, you said it, and look, I probably wouldn't. I probably say it with a little kinder, but you know what? It's true. They did. And I really wanted to see more of that war, and they didn't give it to me. I wanted that war. Um, it was so frightening, frightening. The stuff of nightmares. I'm asking them, like, please show me a visual of something super frightening. It's right there in your hands. And they couldn't come through with it. Um, and you have the perfect hero that of course you know you don't make a hero to be perfect, and the fact that you know for hero to be perfect is that he has flaws. He maybe there is something wrong. He is a damaged individual, but there is something about him that is going to uh, get around these tricky situations with his intellect. He has a plan of how to get in and out of spaces. He knows how the computer thinks. He's experienced before. It's like I know exactly what they're going to do next, like something where he actually shows us that he's smart and he's not just a soldier, not taking orders from other people, right? Because that's another one piece. It's like, wow, you're uh, from the last line of T3, they said, "Oh, who's in charge there?" And John Connor's like, "Yeah, me. I'm in charge. I guess it's me," because he's the only person there with Kate, his future wife, and it's really kind of interesting. It's like, yes, he's finally taking up the mantle he was always meant to take up, and just to find out that he's confused and he's did a lot of brooding. He just only uses the machine guns to get out of trouble, and a lot of screaming. Um, I just wanted a little more sophistication to his character, a little bit more coldness to the way he's able to know how, in order to defeat your enemy in a way, you have to become your enemy. So I wanted something there to kind of make you like say, "Oh my God, if anybody's going to get it done, it's John Connor," right? Somebody related this to James Bond, and I think James Bond is a great example of someone who knows what that they have to do something, is always challenged, right? He's always challenged, but he's able to attack each problem in a different way, and sometimes those ways are sophisticated and sneaky, and not always about pushing his way through this a situation with brute force, but being smart about it. So I just wanted a little bit of that too. Um, and Integrity 101 said, I edited the first two Terminator films together into a 4-hour epic. Ooh, that's got to be amazing. We've got to be able to see your edits one of these days, Integrity. And Outcast Creative says, Retro Nerd Girl, can you believe I saw Dune, the wrong version, 20 minutes longer than the cut at every other cinema got? The Terminator and Terminator 1 after the other one on the same day. What an amazing day. Oh, yeah, it sounds very interesting. You saw Dune. I guess this must be in 1984. Um, Dune 1984. You saw that, and then it was the wrong version, and then you saw Terminator um, on the same day. Got it. I think I got it. The war was always the obvious way to go. Plus, you could show the human rebels battling all the different defenses to get into Skynet and taking out the factory lines. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. We wanted to see like maybe even reprogramming some of these machines and taking them to the side of the rebels or the resistance, and like using the technology against itself. We're talking about um, stealing supplies and things like that from the different camps or whatever that that the Skynet has, like Skynet facilities. And so instead of, just some missions that they could go on, because that's so important. Those missions means action. It means terrifying moments of Terminators in your face and having to deal with them and finding interesting and unusual ways of dealing with them. Not the same, not just shooting at them. And Integrity 101 said that they had Christian Bale as the great John Connor, and those pitch black Terminators were super cool. Just it should have been just Connor and the Resistance versus a bunch of scary Terminators, in my opinion. I know the recipe was right there. The recipe was right there, and Christian Bale is such a great actor. He can be anything you ask him to be. He can transform into any character, and it just wasn't compelling enough to make me like the character at the end. Did not really feel the emotional ties I felt uh, for any of the characters as much as I did for the first two movies. It just really broke my heart a little bit to just be like, okay. And Moonbeam says, "Happy is giving Step Brett happy birthday wishes." Oh my goodness, yes. Let's see. And Outcast Creatives confirms 1984. And like William Blake Hall says earlier, I said John Connor is reminiscent of Sean Connery. That's why I thought of James Bond. Yes, yes, absolutely, James Bond, like doing missions. Because how are you going to get a leg up on these machines if you don't get in their face every once in a while and steal from them? They have resources. They have resources, and why not steal from them? uh, and and that there's get a leg up on them by actually having Terminators do some of the protecting. They can do it, and so I don't know what else. They have also a whole bunch of Terminators that they've like decommissioned. You need to go back into the junkyard and find those guys and reprogram them. Go into the junkyard, guys. Outcast, you gotta add those things into your cut. Oh my goodness, we call it the outcast cut, your cut. Stunt both you and Retro turned 39 this year. Keith E, you're so sweet. I thought it was very coincidental in my opinion. Getting all kinds of warning messages. Oh wow. You're so sweet. Uh, yes, some Brad says you're too kind. Oh my God, so sweet of you. And Integrity 101 says it was if it was up to me, I would just forget about most of the sequels and make a new T sequel that picks up after T2 or T3 and dive into the war stuff. Ooh, yeah, that's yeah, dive right into the war stuff. It'd be great. That's my dream is to see a good movie of people trying to survive this war and I mean even if you did an offshoot thing like Rogue One where you had a group of militia that has a mission to do something and they're trying to get something plans or it could be a bomb or something that will tip the scales in the war in the final battle and, maybe they don't make it, maybe they do make it, maybe 1 or 2 makes it, who knows? But make it a compelling fight for their lives, and just set it all up and let us see the inner workings of what it's like to go against, at this point, they had, the T-800s, and then they had T-850s as well. So, show us that. And also, what were the circumstances to send back the T-1000 is my question. And I would like to see that play out because that right there was kind of a weird one. Like, how are they able to send back the the T-1000? If and, yeah, it's a hot mess, when you look back at that timeline because it keeps getting messed with, and so, that's why I just really don't wanna have anything to do with the timeline, time travel at all, but if we're you know, it's very interesting, and Moonbeam says Christian Bale Jack Kelly was awesome. Um, I don't know who that is. Uh, uh, is that from a movie or, um yeah, was that from a movie? Sunbrat says, Retro, I worked with Arnold very closely for a week on Total Recall. He told me I had a nice, and I said, thanks, Arnold. Now we can die. I can die a happy woman. He laughed so hard. And um, Vonzo Kilborn says, we have found financing for the movie yet? We're just gonna, kickstart it. That's what we'll do. We'll do, we'll have it as a quadruple movie, and, we'll do it all on Kickstarter. Moonbeam says, a T-800 protected John, so do some dumpster diving." That's what I'm saying. There are lots of decommissioned, uh, Terminators out there. I mean, there's batches of the T-600, there's T-700s, there's the T-1s, right? Um, and I think I even listed it out in this thing, but there's a lot of them. And here's a visual proof there that they use other people instead of Arnold as Terminators back in the day. And that was the first movie. Now every Terminator is Arnold. It makes just no sense. Every T-800 just makes no sense to me. And so this is another one where we've got another like heavy reliance on CG. Not one moment of that looks real or scary or anything. It doesn't look real. So I'm not. Are you scared by this visual? Please, I'm gonna move it. Are you guys scared by this visual at all? Is that scary to you? It's not scary because it's not real. And Outcast Creative says, "I am way ahead of you. My script as a reboot sequence with one production line who fight for the rebels and take out some of the inner defenses of the factory, Skynet's mainframe." Oh, good, 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 good. Um, then you're doing it wrong. Uh, and Devonza Gilmore says, "Retro, don't tell people how old you are. All the other ladies will be crushed by jealousy." You are so Fonza, stop it. Oh my goodness, you guys. That's good. It says the best sequence is when Connor T-800 tricks one important squad with a key mission to overthrowing Skynet and takes them all out with the laser cannon weapon we see in T1. Ooh, that sounds cool. And, but that's so sweet. You guys are so sweet. And Integrity 101, I know it's off topic, but I wish they could call Peter Weller and make another RoboCop film. Older actors are reprising classic roles everywhere. Fingers crossed. Yeah, I don't know about Peter Weller is like he seems like he's not gonna he doesn't wanna do it. I don't think he wants to do it. He would I don't know if he would do it. That would be a tough one. But you know what? Look, if the script was really good, right? I think that's where it boils down to, like, a really good script. Then we can really have, we can really go to town with this. Um, and Outcast Creative says, Weller is a director for hire now, so get him to direct it. He's too old, but he to put the suit on. I mean, they could, do the CGI stuff with him as well, which would look awful. But I don't know. It depends on how much you really, want him to be. And he could be a mentor. I think that might be something. Is a mentor. And Stumbrat says, "Hi, Integrity. Peter Weller is really nice. I got to have lunch across from him once while visiting visiting a set. Ooh, tongue tied, tongue tied there. Oh my God, tongue tied." Outcast Creative says, "Reese going back is the end of the second act. Arnie going back after the T 100 uh, 1000 needs to be at the end of the movie to take to take back full circle." Oh, so you're gonna cover that? Okay, I get you. I get you. I get you. I got it. Uh-huh, because nobody really has ever seen the events that led up to that point, and we're really good to see, how that plays out. And, okay, says, "Yeah, Cameron is going to give his Avatar 3 toilet, roll budget." I'm not sure what that means. Um, and, Moonbeam 87 says Jack Kelly is a character Christian Blade Bale played in Newsies, and I took his name for my channel. Oh, okay. That's cool. You really like that? You really like that name, huh? Oh, that's cool. And William Blake Hall says, "Dang movie, that's one really young Bale." Yeah, it was really young in that one. Um, Young, John Cotter says, I'm sorry, John Connor. John Walker. John Walker says, Peter Weller returns as RoboCop in Rogue City in September for PS5 in his first-person story shooter game. Oh, really? No idea. William Blake Hall says Peter Weller fans need to check him out sharing a motorcycle with Sam Elliott in the movie Shakedown. And Brett 77 Smith says, "Moonbeam, love that. My God, my friends Mike and Cece Vendel were the stunt coordinators on Newsies. Oh wow! I was visiting during the big dance scene and the boxing scene. Oh wow, you got to be on the set there." Um, Moonbeam says, "The beginning from dusk until dawn looked better. You look great for your age, retro nerd. Oh, thank you. That's so sweet. And John Walker says, William, I seen that and it's called Blue Jean Cop. Outcast Creative says retro 74 years. She's a part of T10,000 special a special Terminator made entirely of unique moisturizer found on planet Mongo. Retro will outlive us all. You're so silly. uh, it's a moisturizer that has nanobots in it that repairs the skin. Or just just being silly. Gary says Peter Willow fought Terminators and Screamers. That we heard, yeah, I heard about that earlier today. Okay, so really quickly before we go any further, I think I wanted to close out a little bit more on this thing um, a slideshow really quickly because I'm almost finished. Here's some more of the CGI stuff. That was from the last movie. It looks terrible. That's not scary. There's more CGI stuff that they did. So I really hope that they would whatever movie is done practically and not in this with this uh, terrible kind of overlay of CGI or even just CGI. But now this is from the old days when they did this is actually from T2, and how good that looks, okay? That looks really good. I mean, it's way more believable than this. This is really crazy. Now they are getting better at it. So they are getting better at it. This is the real versus the CGI. They're getting better at it. But also we have to keep going back over this scene over and over again with young Arnold. We're doing young Arnold again. It's just incredible. Now the one thing that really I have that just drives me insane about Skynet is the lack of logic and purpose of Skynet. And I know part of the reason is because it's taken from one of its dumb soldiers, from a Terminator. But still, even though Terminators are capable of learning, we've seen that Terminators are capable of feeling emotion or showing and displaying some kind of emotional depth. And why does Skynet, as much as it gathers, continues to make very unusual choices that is cold, and not only that, seems to be no growth pattern at all, none whatsoever, no maturity, no change. And so that's something I really would like to um, change about this um, we still want to make it scary though, of course. So we still want to make it scary, but definitely in different ways than just the typical ways of not really having a purpose or a motivation. I mean, after they're finished killing up all the humans, what else? So nobody turned them off. And what? They're just going to roam around on a dead planet? Doesn't make sense. Does it make sense to you guys? I really want to know the answer to this. Um, and and William Blake also says, yeah, USA knows that it's knows it as shakedown, but blue jean cop was a phrase used in it. Okay, all right. And unicorn says for Mongo, yes. Ah, I love Mongo. um, I'm like losing my voice. Oh my god. Let's see. And the Outcast Creative says, "The Lancey only writes good scripts." Okay, great. I hope so because I'm like, oh, I'm gonna have you on my channel for reading a bad script. Oh my God, no, no. I yes, I have confidence you have a great script on your hands. And Outcast Creative says, it's Golden Ribbon. Oh, okay, that one I'll leave. Uh, and Outcast says, he hears lots of things about good things about Peter Weller. Um, and let's see if I can. Unicorn Rampant Studio says, I'm betting Skynet is a Gemini, probably. What? Okay, I need you to write me an essay ASAP on why. Okay, I need to know why. Okay, William Blake Hall says I might just prefer the three shells. Oh, seashells. Yes, from Demolition Man. Demolition Man. Could Demolition Man survive in this world? Hmm, maybe. Bonzo Kilborn says, "What if an attempt to make super strong humans to fight the robot experiment goes wrong, and we turn the people into zombies?" Well, see, that's gonna be fun, isn't it? I think that could be part of the fun, is that they think that we think, oh, well, sorry, the humans think that they're able, they're trying to hack the system as much as possible. And of course, within our own ranks will be the people who have lost limbs, who are close to dying, who we need on the battlefield, but their bodies are starting to expire, and so we need ways of preserving them as for as long as possible, and that might be an option. But what if that also is a detriment to humans, and also not just even humans, but just the thinking pattern? What if, like a virus, they become not just zombies, but under the control of Skynet? They have all the working parts, right? But this time they're also, if they have like this, their human brains, it may inspire other things, or give Skynet a leg up in this whole war. So that could be an interesting factor, Bonzo Kilborn, and I love that. I really do. I love it so much, because we are already going to have cybernetic people, like Grace was in the Dark Fate. I did enjoy her character storyline of somebody who was in this horrible battlefield world, and had to, instead of just, she had injuries to her body, and she needed upgrades. She needed a chance to fight back. And yeah, of course. And then there might be even people who are totally normal, and they're like, "Hey, upgrade me right now." Which, we were talking about the singularity in those people, how they're ready when the time is upon us to join, um, whatever, join the singularity. The other piece of the singularity is also the promise of having ultimate knowledge and being able to communicate with, in sort of a hive universe, um, not being sort of a hive mind, but being more of connected to each other. It's the feeling of belonging that may be seductive to people, and so I think that's also very fascinating as well. Um, Moonbeam says, "I think I met Andy McDowell at a store in Missoula, but I was too young and unfamiliar with her work to recognize her as an actress. I was 12." Yes, drink some water, retro. Yeah, yeah. And William Blake Hall says, "Arg, zombies! I miss the days when they were hypnotized undead slaves from Haiti." Yes, the zombies I'm not really thrilled with, but I think I would be okay if the zombies were under the control of Skynet. It would, like, not just walking around zombies, like, that have no purpose. but actually was part of the the snag, the part of the one other thing that can get you in this like battle world that you must survive. You must be able to not only survive but also resist the temptation. Um, and Unicorn Rampant says Gemini is the serial killer sign. That is so harsh. I don't know. There might be some Geminis in the chat. Are there any Geminis in the chat? Oh man. Um, and William Blake Hall says, never knew that. I always took it for it as a twins. My sister is Gemini. Right? And you never saw any dead bodies in your closet. So I think unicorn. Man. Um, and let's see. And William Blake Hall says also a prelude to Project Apollo. Oh, interesting. And says it reminds me a little of the plot for of the Firefly movie Serenity. Really? Oh. And Outcast Creative says I wear my Skynet hoodie for the stream next week. Please do. That would be very nice. Oh no. Moon June is a Gemini. You're cool, right? Oh, oh man. Outcast Creative, no zombies in my script, just a lots and lots of mean Skynet outro defenses and Skynet creatures. Ooh. And I think Skynet is a pieces. I'll never knows. It never knows entirely what it wants. Interesting, interesting. Um, I could buy that. I could buy that. Um, I think in the story, that we're developing, they're gonna actually we're gonna define something else for Skynet for sure. Um, and, Unicorn says, "LOL." I guess I know that it's a joke, and hopefully everybody else knows that it's just a joke. Um, uh, see, he's been cracking jokes all day. He's been cracking jokes all day. Oh, man. The other one was really good, the one about, uh, the bionic women, one too, that was hilarious. Yeah, okay, so that was my main thing was basically making sure that Skynet is is, um, is much smarter than what it's been leading up to in the story so far. So, and another thing that I'm going to avoid, I think is as much as possible, are these notes, even though they're fun for us to say, I think they've been really abused for no good reason, especially since some of the people who repeat them never heard it the first time. And so it's like, it's like, how do you know that to say that because uh, you didn't hear it, and so it's very hard to keep hearing these ones over and over again. It really feels like a cash cow when they do it. Um, oh gosh, um, and um, let's see. And yeah, more things we're tired of is the fact that we don't have that satisfying conclusion. Like even if you're leading up to something else, we just need to know for now, everything is okay. And we never did get a satisfying conclusion for the first story. Um, for, I mean, we got a satisfying conclusion for T1. That could have been done and it would be fine. T2 closes. It closes a story, right? Closes that story. And from what I'm hearing is that um, and and for T3, left the story open, quite a bit to me. I feel like the story was not finished, but it kind of finished that chapter, so it did okay as far as that's concerned. I just felt like it wasn't satisfying, right? There was stuff that was missing or tampered with that we just it just wanted to feel that satisfying ending. And so there is an ending for a lot of these, but just not satisfying. So we want satisfying ending. And then also killing off iconic characters. Um, Now, if you were killing off like the first T1 movie, did kill off a major character, and that was fine. We got to know him. There was a reason for him to be there, and a reason why he had to be out of this paradox, that keeps going around and round and round. And so it is okay then. But what was kind of horrifying, I think, for me for Dark Fate was just like killing off John Connor, who really was sort of a staple. It was like it was the one beacon of hope, and just killed him like, oh, we're just gonna get rid of him without real like a really good reason to, which it just was sort of shocking. So we'd never do that. A character, especially one that is supposed to bring hope to humanity, definitely not going to kill off that kind of a character, even for a surprise shock, because I think that's what that was for. And then also, um, there may be some friendly robots, but sometimes they get to be tiring if you're making them do stupid stuff, like, like comedic stuff all the time. So maybe this is one that I might, uh, change. Maybe a friendly robot or 2, maybe a whole bunch of them, but, I would love for them to act like robots. If we can have robots act like robots, that'd be great. And if there is, like, an entertainment robot, then that's an entertainment robot. It has a job. And, let's see, I think I'm gonna go back. Um, and just the continuity, uh, the continuity the continuity issues, like presenting stuff that is going to completely mess up the first 2 movies or completely mess up the lore that really sucks, um, the joy out of seeing these movies is seeing the connections to the things that we know about the movie and seeing how well they're keeping up pace. And when they completely destroy that really kills the momentum for being happy about the movie, enjoying it. So that really tanks. Well, opportunities. I thought there would be an opportunity in Kyle Reese because he's alive. He would be alive right now, and we can push Judgment Day up a little further till he's about 30 and have him be the new one. But the audience said, "No way. We don't want him out in this thing." And then I thought maybe the Dyson's family would be okay, but Danny is a problem because he does and in T3, he does, take on his dad's, um, work and helps to bring upon the destruction of mankind. But there's also Blythe, his mom, and they were witness. They were right there when all of this happened and and Dyson died. Like, I just don't understand why they did that in T3. Why did they do that in T3? So, maybe there's a way to, like, fix this. There's also Danny from Dark Fate, in which, there are people who are like, "No way, we don't want her back. We don't believe she can do it." And, I may be one of those people. But, what if what if she was given the chance to be the new, person who is able um, to help the resistance or to lead the resistance. Uh, it would, I don't know, it would be a stretch for me to imagine it, but it could happen. Let me know exactly if you guys are still on board with us ditching Danny from Dark Fate. And there's also Kate Brewster out there. Um, I'm not sure exactly how old she would be by now, but she is out there as well and could be part of the story. Now, other thing we talked about before was like, again, not having anything to do with these people, moving on to a brand new timeline, brand new hero, brand new storyline, right in the thicket of the war, and move forward there, uh, there, there on in. Um, and just looking at all the Terminators that we could uh, play with in the sandbox. There's the T1, T70. We got the T600, which I really love those guys. They of course had the rubber skin. There was the T700, which was an upgrade, and then the T800, which is Arnold. Oh, I spelled that wrong. And then there's the T850. I didn't go any further from there, but of course there's the T1000 and of course the 10,000, but I didn't put any of the other numbers in. Um, and then there was, I forgot the name of the Terminator in Dark Fate. It was I think Tech 9 or something I think his name was. If anybody remembers what his name was. But yeah, so there's also an Arnold version in the 850, which has just a few more upgrades than the Arnold um, Terminator. All right, let's see. Let's see what you guys are saying. Um, and Gary said, my script would be about Skynet reforming and becoming an internet service provider. We'll always have service. Service to die for. Oh man. John Walker says, I like to time travel back to stop George Lucas from selling Star Wars to Disney. Oh my God. And he says, I've always heard one well-paced bucket of water would solve any computer problem. Oh, wow. Oh, just throw some. Okay, so what happens when it rains? Very interesting. Unicorn ram, and we can. Yeah, I'm gonna have some fun with this. This is gonna be fun. Unicorn Rampant Studio says the Grace character is very good, even if the writing was not very good. Wasn't she? I thought of all the things that I appreciated in the film was I liked her character. Uh, and I was like, get rid of the other, can we get rid of all the other stuff that's going on? Let's just work with this character. And she could have been the leader and the, and the upgrade and, the bionic woman and um we we didn't need all the other stuff. Like it Barry says, Skynet controls the cable company. I'm not sure that's left that's less evil. Oh man. Moonbeam 87 says, well, Reese did say that he had won when he went back to 1984 in the original timeline. Yeah, we did win the war for sure because I think at the very same time they were blowing up or destroying the main headquarters of Skynet. The they sent the Terminator back to 1984 to kill John Connor to hope to undo the victory, and then John Connor sent a reprogrammed T800 no, sorry, no, John Connor sent Kyle Reese to stop that T800, and on top of that, there was another uh, somebody killed uh, John Connor, and then Kate, his wife, sent another T-100. She did sent another T-100 to kill that Terminator, and then the T-10,000, sorry, the T-1000 went back in time to get John Connor, and then John Con I'm mixing it up, guys. So the first time somebody so the first time John Connor sent Kyle Reese to follow in after the T-800, after they blew up the facilities, and I think they didn't finish destroying everything because they still had they were able to kill John Connor and send his wife sent a T-800 back to save um, Kate Bishop. Oh no, not Bishop. Kate Barkley. Oh, no, Kate. I forgot her name. Is one of my slides. Brewster. So Brewster sent back a T-100. I'm sorry, T-800 to get to save. Okay, so this is really weird because the T-100. Okay, so they sent back a T-800, and then Kyle Reese went after it, sent by John Connor. Then they sent another Terminator, the T-1000. See how stupid this is? And then and and then they sent another T-800 to protect John Connor. Then they sent another T-800. No. They sent the Matrix, the Terminatrix, to get to John Connor, and then they sent another. That's when John Connor was killed, and then his wife Kate came in and sent a Terminator to stop him from to save his life, and then and then yeah, it's really frustrating how really convoluted it gets, because it may be a spot too much the second time, but we were willing to buy it. This was cleanup. But that's why Terminator 3 makes you raise an eyebrow and makes you go, why is this happening again? Yeah. So when it said, yes, okay, yes, we're not going to talk about that, and sorry about that, guys. And Moonbeam says, I didn't see Dark Fate to ditch them. However, not from the original story. And Robert Patrick was T-1000 in T2. Yes, he was the T-1000, and he was sent the second time to go after John Connor, and as a response, John Connor sent a T-800 to follow him, and it worked that time. But my question is, what happened so after those events happened, which I would love to know what happened in between. It must have been an incredible battle, because I thought they won it, but I guess from Kyle Reese's point of view, it looked like they won the battle, but maybe they didn't because they were still fighting. Aha. Got it. That makes sense. They were still fighting. Kyle Reese got it wrong, guys. He thought that they won the battle, but they didn't, because they kept fighting. Because if they won the battle, then why would and even as a last resort, them sending the first T-800, why were they able to send another Terminator back in time? Something happened in between there. I'd love to see that. And you know what I'd also love to see? What happened, uh, you know, to create, like, the next series of people being sent back in time. Um, the Bella ch the if I wanna call it Bella Matrix, um, the, um, the Terminatrix and, uh, the T-800 that they send back. What happened to create that? They had enough time to make upgrades on the Terminator. How long of time difference did it take for them to make a new upgrade on these Terminators? These are questions I have. This is why this franchise is definitely like one of those things where it's like, uh, can we? I would love to answer those questions or get an answer for those questions. And it looks like nobody there's no more answers. And okay, so I have a quick rundown of Legion, and I think this will do for the end. Legion, really quickly, let me read it. Legion, at some point after, oh, let me just sorry, remove this here and Legion after 20 at some point after 2020, Legion became self-aware and began the equivalent of Judgment Day. On day 1, Legion engaged in a cyber warfare with the entirety of humanity by shutting down off its connection to key resources such as electricity and the internet. Oh no! By shutting on day 2, the world governments responded by attempting to use tactically placed EMP strikes by using nuclear missiles in order to contain Legion. But Legion survived the attempt. On day 3, the world was at war with Legion. Due to the nature of Legion's attacks, global food networks were utterly destroyed, causing mass famine and resulting in death all over the world, and also led to infighting in the human survivors uh, over un, over limited food and resources. Over the following years, Legion engaged in a war of attrition with humanity's survivors before developing and deploying hunter killers and Terminator units such as Rev 7. Okay, that's the name of the Terminator to hunt down and terminate the survivors. Before its destruction, Legion developed time travel technology and would use it to send back a Rev 9 infiltrator in order to terminate Danny Ramos, who was a threat to its existence. And this I got from Wikipedia. I know it's not always accurate with everything, so give or take, it's mostly actually it wasn't Wikipedia. It's actually the Terminator's wiki site. Um, uh, um, and Terminator Matrix catchy, but why will this delete? Not sure. Um, it's been deleting everybody's comments, so please, no one take any offense to if your items have been deleted. It YouTube is doing some kind of auditing, and I don't know what it is. To be honest, I have no one. I It's happened to me as well, and yeah, so that's the background on Legion, and it has a very interesting story plot piece, and I think it's worth looking, giving a look to. They were trying to reinvent the wheel a little bit, and ended up. I just don't understand why this just couldn't have been. Um, you changed the name, but why did you have to? You didn't. This was not unnecessary. Um, uh, sorry, term Terminatrix Matrix Catcher, Catchier. Sorry, I don't. And William Blake Hall says, now I'm thinking of the Dune Cosmos computer corporations going back in time to stop the Butlerian jihad. Yes, I mean, isn't this cool? Like, even in Dune, they had warnings of computers. They could not have you could not have thinking computers. That's why they opted to have the human computers, the mentats, and it was just really, really thought out, interesting world. And that was back in the days when computers were barely they were barely able to crawl out a word you typed. And Keith E says is going to delete my comment. Oh, yeah, yeah, please, like I said, please don't be offended if it does delete something, because it's doing it more often for silly reasons, and I am so sorry. I am very sorry, everybody. Um, yeah, I just if you um repeat it or say it a different way, or I don't know, I'm really sad. Look at this. Gary says Skynet is deleting comments. Well, if YouTube is, which they have their own AI, so I wouldn't put it past them. But I think this is going to close things out for today. I'm really so happy to do this with you guys. It was such a fun time reviewing all the stuff to do with Terminator. Here's some more pictures of Terminator franchise, and some of the stuff that I thought was important to share about the world of Terminator. These are all the Kyle Reeses. There were a lot of Kyle Reeses. And uh, the Genesis tried to recreate this. This is really funny. And Yeah, just sort of like some visual inspiration for what we're about to take part in. If, like I said, if any guys, you guys have any comments or any things that you wanted to kind of impart to me before next week, go on ahead and email me if you want to. It's my email is in the description, and I just had such a blast talking about one of my favorite franchises. One of my favorite movie is the Terminator, and so I guess by default it is one of my favorite franchises. But it's mainly because I love the first two movies, and the other like four are okay, but definitely had so much fun talking about all the details here, and I've got to do just a little bit of homework and a little bit of just gonna review everything in this uh, um, in this particular live stream, and see if I can put together something kind of neat, putting together all the little ideas, except for the ones that Lance from the Outcast Creative has already talked about. There may be some crossover because we are talking about pretty much the same thing, which is the war, and that was my that's the part that I really would like to see more than ever. So um, yeah, I will. Um, it looks like you guys are starting to say your goodbyes, so I'm gonna also do so. My next um, live stream is going to be, guys, is gonna be the let's see, there's a watch party. The watch party is gonna be The Princess Bride, guys. We're gonna watch The Princess Bride tomorrow. And next week, oh my God, I can't believe it. We're gonna watch Outland, the one that you guys wanted me to watch, and I have never seen it before. So this is the first time I'll be watching a movie without knowing anything about it. So uh, yeah, that's gonna be interesting. We'll see how that works. I hope I won't be like shocked because I do have a certain face I have when I see something new for the first time. But I will I do have this 3-minute video, so you can have some more time to um to write your goodbyes in the chat, and it goes by fast, guys. It's like wow, the video's over already. But yeah, I do wish you a great night. Thank you for indulging me in this really awesome stream. We've been planning this for weeks now, and it's just finally here. And I think it'll be really epic next week. We'll see how it works out, and I wonder if there'll be a part 3. I don't know. I think we covered a lot of ground today, though. I think we did. And so next week is presentation day. Anyone else with any more ideas, as I said, please leave them. You can send me an email with your ideas, and I can add them. Try to add what I can to the story, or I could just read your ideas out, and we can make it a nice little stream next week. So good night, guys, and I will see you in the next video. Without further ado, good night.
Retro Nerd Girl, you are clear for takeoff.